Introduction to Humorous Poems by Michael Ignatius BRENNAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Humorous Poems by Ignatius BRENNAN. To my reader. My first jingles were written along about the time Grover Cleveland was serving his first term, and my friends used to tell me them was some rhymes. They were. Course I wrote of the mill by the rill, of the stars above and my own true love, of the beautiful moon in the month of June, etc. Several of these I sent to the leading magazines, enclosing postage to ensure their return and afford me the privilege of seeing them marked not available. I decided that Sir Literary Critic was a joke. Thought often, if the whole bunch of them would take a deep-sea excursion sometime and either sink into the sea or do the Robinson Crusoe act. My vengeance has cooled, however, and I assign these two reasons for that: old time and the way my first volume, Mountain State Gleanings, same publisher as this, was handled by them. In that volume I told these destroyers of flowers born not to blush unseen, but made to do so by them, that my own hard cash was paying for the publication, and that they could all go to Benton Harbor or some lake port warmer. My judgment of them was wrong. They treated me fair and square. So here I am once more with the second installment, penned while you wait, and on all those things that appealed to me during the past 2 years. I was out of the writing end of it for 2 years, having been in Kentucky. Were you ever in Kentucky? If not, shake. If so, and you didn't have to tramp home, shake again. 'Tis the wrong clime for one who sees the humor in most of the things in which there is humor. I heard but 2 hearty laughs while in the state. One came from out a drunk who lived in New Albany, Indiana, and another from out a poor demented fellow en route to the insane asylum near Louisville. My most sincere prayer to Almighty God is that everybody may eventually make heaven their home, and that each one gets the same size harp and crown. But should it happen that those harps and crowns are graded, woe be unto the one who draws either or both larger or better finished than those assigned a Kentuckian. And I'll bet my old low cuts that before one of them is in heaven 24 hours he will be wanting a rebate on his harp or suing someone for damages. The above may seem strange to some of my readers, my taking a slap at Kentucky in my preface, but I felt it my duty to explain my 2 years' absence in verse. I have explained, and my explanation is true. However, the rhymes follow. Take them in homeopathic doses, and you may survive. I am sincerely yours, Ignatius BRENNAN, Huntington, West Virginia, December 1915. End of introduction.
The Gossip by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. There are characters and characters we meet with every day, till we'd guess it was intended that we jog along this way. Like there's no mind like another, no 2 faces just the same, and the flesh is not distributed alike on every frame. Some were cut out to be sprinters, while some others couldn't run, if their very lives depended on the way the thing was done. More were fashioned for mechanics, and a few to practice law, with legions for the ministry, and more to stack the straw. And, well, no use to name them all or what they be about, but there is one special character that we could live without. And that's old Mrs. Grundy, who is pictured with a chin, and nose with merely room between to let the victuals in. But let the scandal sizz from out like hot escaping steam, And the more they sizz and sputter, why the more her features beam. She carries round a jimmy, with which she is adept, to open up the closets where the skeletons are kept. And speaking confidential like, that's 'tween me and you, 'tis hard to find that closet 'thout a skeleton or two. And if there's any chance to rehabilitate at all, she does it with artistic taste that adds much to the pall. She has to stretch the ligaments in places quite a bit. At other points the meat she has cannot be made to fit. But she fixes up the front, at least to give it grundy tone, especially the features, but she leaves the back alone. Now when this job's completed and she starts to make display, 'tis done in tritest fashion and in regulation way. Then when this work is finished, and the devilment is done, she'll gently thrust this one aside and show another one, revamped and reconstructed that it looks as if brand new. 'Tis shown the board of censorship they put her latest through. So 'tis thus ad infinitum and in ad libitum dose. Some gulp it by the dozen and some others by the gross. Her sphere is of proportions unrestricted in its scope. In fact, we'd say unlimited, with closets yet to ope. But one bright springtime morning, when the birds were at their best, and the sky was at its brightest from the east unto the west, we noticed in the papers that this lady passed away, and we chuckled, Deo gratias, and inwardly, hooray! Though this notice ordinarily will rigidly suffice, we had to see the evidence we saw and said, how nice! In cases like above described, we must be circumspect. A heavy slab went o'er her grave, for fear she'd resurrect. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Shoemaker by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. What has become of the old-fashioned lad who sat on his bench with his bristles and wax, sewing on patches or rents that looked bad, adjusting half-soles with his pegs and his tacks, sitting all day with his legs stiff and numb, pulling wax ends through the groove in his thumb, taking our measure with cardboard and thread, and keeping the measurements all in his head? Keeping? Yes, keeping. We said the thing right, as we ne'er wore a pair but was either too tight, or sizes too large per the wrinkles displayed, but we'd one satisfaction, we'd had our boots made. And too, the leather had come from old Pied, tanned on the shears where you give hide for hide. We've sat rainy days or when business was poor and watched this old boy with his whackety-whack, while his quid of tobacco, a half-ounce or more, would furnish saliva he'd spit through the crack in the floor where his heel by close contact wore through, for he sat in that spot since the lumber was new. We've sat while he'd tear off the old worn-out sole, sat while he'd put his crude patch o'er the hole, watched while he'd grab that old curved blade and trim the sole to right size which seemed pastime to him. List while he'd spin off some yarn or a joke, while his awl or his hammer would ne'er miss a stroke. The half-soled and heeled in those days of yore was 75 cents, no less and no more. He's gone? No, he's here, but in different role. No wax ends or pegs, all's bristles or last. Course he still chews tobacco and spits through the hole. But that's about all that remains of the past. You step in his shop and you yank off your shoe. His lordship will give it one splendid review. Then say a few words to a lad shaved and clean, who stands at a complex electric machine. Then on with the dance, midst a whir and a buzz. A difficult problem to guess what he does. Back comes your shoe like the robins in spring, polished, revamped, and, well, everything. No more spinning yarns, and no joke-telling goes. 125 and 'tis brought to a close. The high cost of living and leather and rent explains why he's added this 80%. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Man You Owe by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Ain't it a peculiar thing as you walk down the street, so neatly haberdashered from the head unto the feet, not wishing, no far from it, to display your latest stuff, but just to look the gentleman and make the proper bluff, that the very first man you will meet and last one too we'll trow is the one you'd wished in Proctorville or in old Jericho. The man you owe. You see him and he knows it, and you know he sees you too. There is naught to do but face him, and it's simply up to you. There's no alley way that you can take and give the man the slip. So you pull yourself together and continue on your trip. You give a bright "Good morning, sir," that sounds to you so well. His "morning" you interpret, as he means it, go to this man you owe. And the look that he will hand you from his side eye as he'll pass would pierce the hardest copperplate or melt a kiln of glass. Then he'll lapse into soliloquy and murmur to himself, "That fellow looks as if he had a pocket full of pelf." And you're taking inventory as you jog upon your way, a-thinking when your ship will dock so's you can go and pay this man you owe. Now we can't speak for other folk who sometimes go in debt, who have their statements coming in that simply can't be met, but we feel so much better and our conscience will not fuss when we meet the poor unfortunate who is in debt to us. Then when we meet this other chap who gives this killing look, whom we find it is impossible to dodge by hook or crook, this man we owe. There is sure a Hindu hoodoo man with magic wand somewhere, who causes those in debt to us to vanish in the air, for every time we mooch around where they should be about, the word comes from the typist girl that all the men are out. We ask her when will they be back. She gives some sharp reply that very much reminds us of the look that's in the eye of the man we owe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nothing to Wear by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. We're not going to say who she is or is not, although it would no wise surprise her. We merely will tell her unfortunate lot. In an instant we all recognize her. Our hearts beat in sympathy, ere and anon, for her, as she's surely a much troubled one. She's bowed down like Miller's poor man with a hoe, with one special worry, to her the worst woe. It follows her ever, though skies be so fair. 'Tis this, the poor creature has nothing to wear. She belongs to this club and this musical set. She has friends without number about her. On every program she's there, you can bet. They'd not be successful without her. She's chairwoman here and toast mistress there, and she fills either place with a dignified air. She sits in the box when she goes to the show, at home in the dance, or wherever she'll go. She's 20 full costumes, her neighbors declare, yet even at that she has nothing to wear. The curt invitation comes in right on time. Had she missed, she'd have felt she'd been slightened. Of course she must look as she did in her prime. With herself she will then be delighted. But her wardrobe! She can't wear the dress that she wore when she dined with the Smiths or took tea with Miss Moore, nor the one she bridge whisted in out with the Rose, nor the one that she euchred in up at Aunt Flo's, nor the one that she pokered in down in Kildare. It truly is sorrowful, nothing to wear. We've ne'er in our lives seen a cloud anywhere, but some place we'd find on its lining a streaking of silver, but here we despair, in her case we fall to repining. We know that when Gabriel slips 'neath her door his card for a party on his brightest shore, where all will be robed in a set of white wings, a harp and a trumpet and songbook and things that only belong in his prized land so fair, we'll gamble she'll tell him she's nothing to wear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Banker by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. The banker stands back of his filigree mesh, with countenance rosy and wisdom so fresh, plucking away at his adding machine, figuring totals on yellow and green, but never too busy to turn with a dash and enter amounts of your checks and your cash, then hand back your book with so gracious a mien that you think you are part of his banking machine. Business is booming, the silver rolls in, you'll see it piled up like big stacks of block tin, with gold sitting round in an affluent way, and the greenbacks stacked up like you used to stack hay. Cashier and teller and all that you see are, well, just as busy can be. Even the porter is shining the brass, his manner is that of the Vanderbilt class. You're wanting some money to purchase a home, it rolls out as free as the Tiber through Rome. You've asked for 2,000, your note reads that way, you get 1880, then someone will say, the best thing to do is to leave that amount with us, thereby starting a checking account. Of course, your first mortgage that's pinned to your note is a matter of form, as the banker will quote. But hark, something drops, and we read in the press that on the horizon are signs of distress. The mill and the mine and the once busy mart are closed, and God only knows when they will start. In fact, your own job is in jeopardy too, and the bank sends you word that your paper is due. Appended in script are these words trite and staid. The directors suggest that your balance be paid. Paid? Then you'll say, they're not talking to me. Just wait till I see Mr. Banker, and he will merely suggest that I pay what I can and give a new note on the old-fashioned plan. But the sunshiny fellow who made you the loan and took your first mortgage is chill as a stone. You stare at each other with countenance blank, and from then you pay rent to the man at the bank. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Confidential Monger by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. We know you've often met this chap who'll call you to one side and tell you on the strictly confidential. That's after he's informed you that in you he can confide. The latter is his patented essential. That so-and-so has happened in his straight-laced neighborhood, and the good folk are in perfect consternation. Why, no one or suspected him, no reason that they should. And she was thought the best girl in creation. Why, he sang in the choir, and she taught Sunday school. But, well, there are exceptions to every set rule. You'll listen to his story, 'tis hard to understand why he should be so worried-like and fretful, because you'd often done far worse than issue this command. Upon your conscience, try and be forgetful. As in this case, you bid your much sub-roseate friend adieu, and put his tale aside within a minute, too, thinking he had told his silly tale alone to you. You placed it on the file of nothing in it, but by evening the thing had grown to such size that, think as you would, you could not recognize. You're mystified, you know he told the story just to you, and you know you never breathed it to a human. This confidential chap had made the rounds and pledged anew, each one to secrecy, both man and woman. The reason for this secrecy we afterwards found out was this, that placing all in pledged condition gave him special privilege to tote the stuff about. Yes, this was the real essence of his mission. He gave it to you as a secret profound. This left a clear field for his passing it around. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Barber by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. In his neat laundered coat and all shaven and shorn, with his trousers all creased and his shoes shining bright, he's right on the job from the earliest morn till the clock clangs 11 on Saturday night. He's always good-humored and never seems vexed, though he says 50 times in a day, "Who is next?" You drop in his chair, he adjusts you just right, then he piles on the lather in copious way. He mentions massages and tonics at sight, then out comes his blade, and 'tis on with the fray. This blade gets your spinaches, every one, that is, in the case where the handle stays on. Now during the day that the shaving is done, he'll talk if you're willing, and often, if not, he knows every athlete and battles he's won. He's up on the war, and how many are shot, and ofttimes he knows of where no fights were fought, but at that there were many who came back half shot. He knows all news, current, from politics on, will talk on religion, oh, once in a while. He knows every prominent man in the town, he's trimmed his prize locks in his own special style. He's there on diplomacy, versatile, coy. Arguments? Nix, for this foxy old boy. He's one of the few left, in business or trade, who'll tick with a smile if you haven't the price. It ne'er turns a hair when the statement is made, "See you on Saturday, put that on ice." He's a spoke among spokes in old industry's wheel, this night of the tonics, massages, and steel. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Wrong as Usual by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Ian King. One time I used to think that when I'd get enough of cash, I'd be like most of wealthy men, cut right in and play smash. I'd buy a horse and buggy too, and drive like folks with money do. Well, time went by and fortune smiled as best she could on me, until at length my cash was piled up to such a degree that I could buy a horse and rig, but traps were then the style, by jig. I drove that horse and buggy round amongst those high affairs, whose rubber tyres ne'er made a sound along the thoroughfares, while my old iron-rimmed buggy made discordant sounds of highest grade. I said, "I'll do the proper thing. I do not care a rap if I go broke. Along next spring I'll buy myself a trap." I did, and to complete my plan, a pair of bays, a handsome span. Well, when the wood had doffed the brown and donned the purest green, when wild flowers flecked the dell adown, and songbirds sang so keen to give the God of nature praise, we hitched the trap behind those bays. We drove. The iron-tired buggy, like I owned the year before, was seen not once upon the pike. 'Twas now a thing of yore. But what struck me most queer, perhaps, was what became of all the traps. The ones who drove in them last year I passed upon the road, in autos of the highest gear. Thought I, well, I'll be blowed if I ain't out of style again. I swore off buying there and then. My friends would say the autos are the real thing for joy, each trying to sell a special car. Thinks I, no, no, my boy, I'll never make a change again until I buy an aeroplane. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Wore a Hobble by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. She flits up the street, looking, she thinks, petite, and she thinks coquettish and pert. Togged out in a hobble, producing a wobble, correlative now with her skirt. Her dashing light pose in a hat to her nose, symbolic of Parisian tact. The boys follow after, enveloped in laughter, produced by her vaudeville act. The kids take a look and remark, "Get the hook," as she hobbily rushes along. The women turn piker, the men are just like her, for Lassie is playing it strong. If some judge should say she must tog out this way to do public penance also, and trot 20 squares through the main thoroughfares, what power would drive her to go? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Jollier by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Whenever you meet him, he's always the same, with a smile playing over his features. At church or at wedding, at business or game, he's one of those light-hearted creatures. He's always adept at extending the hand, and never fails to tell you, "You're looking just grand." He asks of your welfare, the folks that are home, and pleased you can see when you mention that all are well, thank you. His mind will not roam. While you talk, he is all at attention. He never forgets to so happily tell how pleased to have met you, then bids you farewell. You say to yourself as you start on your way, "Jollier he to a finish." He seems so prolific in nice things to say, his stock seems to never diminish. But down in our hearts we'll rightly confess that he did us no harm with his chic cheerfulness. Harm? No, not he, but the question will rise, did he, or didn't he, mean them? He spoke out so frankly and looked from his eyes, the truth with naught thrown in between them. How far better he than the bilious-like lad who greets you with "Mercy, you're looking so bad." Now, if there is one creature under the sun who gets a wide berth if I see him, first 'tis the dyspeptic, disgruntled one. I pat my own back when I flee him. This fellow who weeps when your business is good, and casts a deep gloom over the whole neighbourhood. This fellow who hears of all things to depress, of accidents, sickness, troubles. And even though we shun him, 'tis sad to confess, he's legion on legion of doubles. His brain has no intake for sunshine at all, but stands out against it, so like a stone wall. Now, all can accuse me as much as they please of being affected with jolly. I've never said yet to a soul words like these, "You're looking so bad, no, by golly!" For God knows this old world is tough enough, true, without some fool lobster a-talling it you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
He Did Wrong, We Think, by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. He'd heard that many a flower is born to blush unseen on the desert air, and he heard again, and by some forsworn, 'tis best to live and to die forlorn, E'en though it savors of chill despair, than to blush where blushes would be seen. We'd rate his author as emerald green. He'd court the muse in the deep recess where the songbird sang to soothe his pen, and his muse was the one of cheerfulness and sentiment who'd guide and bless the feet and hearts of gracious men who'd stop and heed her pure advice. Then this lad doped it all so nice. He'd sing where the daisies flecked the dell, when all the world was hushed and still, and we hear his songs were rendered well, all perfect harmony they tell. He sang 'bout the time when the whippoorwill was wont to sing his notes of joy. We'd figure the fellow a foolish boy. He'd dance, and again we hear with ease his movements were grace personified. But the dance was done when the evening's breeze was chanting its requiems to the trees, or about the time the day had died. We'd wreck his jig with a lonesome dance. Why not grab a partner and take a chance? He died, and like all he was put away, snug and safe in his earthly bed. And the words of praise that were sung that day of him were the greatest and best. But say, the subject for all this praise was dead. Had he raised the bushel from off his light in life, he'd have measured the thing just right. Now we don't believe in the loud bazoo that bellows and bleats as a know-it-all, nor we don't approve of the main gazoo, whose set opinions are right and true in every case. But we would install a method by which, when you've learned your book, pass it on so's the others may have a look. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Circus Day by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Along 'bout 30 days ago, when Barnum billed the town and said they'd be here May 13th with elephant and clown, equestrians and acrobats and trapeze folk galore, I said, no, nix on circuses, I've seen them off before. My friends would question time to time, in meeting by the way, if I was going to see the show, of course, on Circus Day. And to each questioner I'd give the answer sure but slow, and that was in one single word, a firm, emphatic no. Well, May 13th, like other dates, arrived right bang on time. I watched the thoroughfares grow dense with folks from every clime, from babies to grandpas and dames of every hue and shade, all lined along the curb to watch the Circus Day parade. I heard the band, I forged my way to where I'd get a view. I heard the herald's sound approach and watched the whole thing through. I saw the gilded carriages with mirrors big and wide, and bands on top dispensing airs with discords on the side. I saw regaliaed elephants and humpbacked camels too, and our beloved Uncle Sam in red and white and blue. I watched the handsome uniforms. I saw a Hindu queen, whose name would sound, if spoken right, like Brennan or Colleen. I saw the boys with lariat and girls in gaudy clothes. In spite of all, I stood stock still, ejaculating noes, and saying that I would not go if price was but a cent. But when I heard the calliope, I fell from grace and went. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Tube Skirts Passing by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. How dear are the things that fashions deny us, when fond recollection presents them to view. For instance, the tube skirt that hung on the bias, and curtailed as much as the dressmakers knew. The boot-slit displaying so unsentimental, a crisp bit of silk, from blood-red to sky-blue, and others, of course, at the barred oriental, and so to the skirt at the top of the shoe. But step halting, tube skirt, dear hobbledy tube skirt, Dame Fashion decides we must bid you adieu. How often we've lingered when cars were receiving miladies of statures from thick to the thin, as poised on the curb we would never be leaving, till all the dear ladies were seated within. The curt panorama that passed for our vision, of cottons and silks, and the whole proof, and all is left with the past with one fell-swooped decision. The hobble passed out on the last day of fall, the cute little hobble, the funnel-shaped hobble, that figured so proudly at seashore and ball. They send in its stead the full gourd, and by jingo, it takes twice the goods as the yardstick will show. And while we're poor versed in the dressmaker's lingo, we'll take this one chance on what little we know. The thing is outlandish, that is for fat people, and as for the thin, it will hang like a rag, look 'bout like a canvas thrown over a steeple, and when in the wind will be like a gas bag. So long, Miss Hobble, to you and your wobble. We're clearing the decks for the one with the drag. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Play Ball by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Same old bug has started working. We can feel it in our veins, and our whole frame gets to jerking as we listen to the strains poured forth by those pink sheet writers as they jot in prose or sing of these husky diamond fighters, the true harbingers of spring. They have had an uphill battle, hunting dope since way last fall, but no more 'tis simple prattle, 'tis the real thing. Play ball! We have surely had some weather since Sir Groundhog came, at least, from the city to the heather, north and west and south and east. We've had ad libitum blizzards that have tested well our frame, but we find we've improved gizzards since the tidings of the game. Sure enough, we're tired of freezin', men and women one and all, and we're longing for the season and the day we hear play ball. Most all folk have special hobbies. Some have this and some have that, from the wise guy of the lobbies to the wrestler on the mat. This lad's bugs about the ponies. This one has the auto craze. This one and his boat are cronies. This one loves the tango's lays. But for us, just blast your tennis, golf and boats and cars and all. Sit us down with Fritz and Dennis where we'll hear 'em yell, play ball! Place us back of third and seated on a cushion hard as stone when the warming-up's completed and the game is rightly on. Peanut bag and scorecard handy, watching fouls and muffs and flies, hearing spiels from Pat and Sandy as they guy the batter eyes. Should dear Gabriel sit down by us, whisper in our ear his call, we ask him not deny us, say just one more game of ball. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Office Spittoon by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by DrPGould. We had a spittoon near the stove, a full 12 inches wide. At that the boys would miss the thing and spit around the side. So one day we philosophized and took our yardstick out and measured from the farthest splash to farthest splash about. It showed 2 feet from splash to splash, and so we then set in and had the tinner make us one from strongest Welsh block tin. We had the porter scrub the tile till it shone bright once more. We then hauled in the latest build and sat it on the floor. But fate is fate, no doubt of that. The 2 feet wide one failed. The boys cut in with broadside splash, and all in mass assailed it fore and aft, till by the night tobacco juice ran down its sides the same as had it been the smallest one in town. We drew on our resourcefulness to improvise a plan by which we could devise a scheme and not insult the clan, but place something they couldn't miss and right within their aim, yet trying all suggested things they missed them just the same. We bought a tub, a galvanized, 'twas billed as number 1. 'Twould hold 'bout 30 gallons, and when full would weigh a ton. But same old tale, for round the rim that rested on the floor, the nicotine would ooze and stick like everything before. So out it went. Out went the stove. We put the steam heat in. We put no tubs or pans whereat the large spittoons had been. We had some big signs painted, and we placed them in a frame. No spitting in this place allowed. They spitted just the same. They'd spit behind the heater, and they'd spit along the wall. They'd spit smack in the corners where we couldn't clean it all. At length we took the 12-inch ones that we took out at first, and put them back. Hung up this sign, "Gall durn ye, do your worst." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Holiday Grin by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria Fátima da Silva. Isn't it queer, at this time of the year, we cast off all cunning and wiling, and join with the rest with a smile that's our best, and just keep on smiling and smiling? There's something, and not hard to find out just where, for 'tis wafted and wafted about in the air, that causes us all to be childlike again, and act like as God ordained women and men. We jog down the street, and we never once meet with one whom we'd class as a rowdy, as cheer fills the air on the street everywhere, while we smile and come out with our howdy. Why, folks that at other times scarcely we know, and those who are our debtors and those whom we owe, display the same grin of the artless-like kind, the year-to-year grin with no motive behind. Now take Mr. Grump, that dyspeptic old trump, who knocks things from here to the Isthmus. He's rightly aglow, as his phizog will show, and this is the reason: 'tis Christmas. And too, the tight landlord, who'd take our last cent, and that in advance, for his coveted rent, is beaming and happy and chipper-like, too, till you'd think the poor fellow was human like you. And the knitted-browed Suff, with that equal right stuff, displays a benignity never seen through the year, but she's chock-full of cheer. How nice could she stay thus forever? So since we're all wearing this hallowed smile, let's hold to it always, not once in a while. To start with, let's all make one catch as can try to hold it till after the 4th of July. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
You're Looking Fine by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria Fátima da Silva. You'll sometimes meet this character, the fellow with a smile, who grabs it January 1st and holds it all the while, whose handshake is a remedy for aches and pains and ills, redounding with more real good than salts or liver pills. This lad who's cornered sunshine when the cornering was good, who's loved by all from young to old in every neighborhood. For this reason he is happy, and he makes us happy too, when he hands this message to us that's a help to me and you. You're looking fine. You meet him from the morning to the latest hour of night. Though other folks look gloomy, he's the essence of delight. His philosophy is this sort: when a thing is done, it's done. What's the use to hunt carbolic or a big blue-barreled gun? Though the sun today is hidden, on the morrow it will shine. Be game and try it over, or you're not a friend of mine. And we heed him and start over, as his friendship we'd not lose. For we mustn't miss this greeting when we're troubled with the blues. You're looking fine. We've often met this fellow when our pulse was beating low, when our step, once so vivacious, was unsteady like and slow. When we knew our cheeks were hollow and our skin a saffron hue, and our conscience hinting to us that our Charon trip is due, while the other folk who'd meet us would pass on with looks askance, when they'd note our necks, proportions, and the bagging in our pants. They could have said, e'en though they fibbed, "Old boy, you're getting there." But no, they're not built that way. But we see our friend and hear, "You're looking fine." Again, we've seen him meet the one with one foot in the grave, and the other mighty close it, just a walking round to save expenses of a funeral and trying to circumvent the old gent of the hourglass and the scythe on mischief bent. But this makes no special difference to him of sunny way. He'd tell him of a ball game that he saw just yesterday, or of a little poker stunt in which he held 4 kings 'gainst some other boys 4 aces. Then he'd say, 'mongst other things, "You're looking fine." Perhaps it may sound foolish when we say this lad is right, he who hands us all this jolly, but we cash the thing at sight, and that without a discount. Then we court his debt again. For what are we but children who have merely grown to men? Though our whiskers may have bulk enough to make a butcher's mop, and our pate be like a boulevard and glossy on the top, and our wisdom be as sagey as old Aristotle's there, we are always glad to meet this lad who shoots right on the square. You are looking fine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Expected Letter by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Fátima da Silva. I'm looking for a letter from a chum who borrowed 10 and promised to return it Sunday week. I've written and rewritten, asking over and over again to send the 10 and stop my losing streak. He hasn't yet acknowledged, and I fear he never will, unless perchance a postal card to say, "I owe you still." I'm hoping for no letter, though I know that one is due. It comes, a printed statement, and to wit, we itemize your buying on the enclosed billy-do, and stenciled on the bottom, "Please remit." I'd like to walk right in that place with check to square the bill, but I'll have to telephone them that I owe them still. I'm waiting for a letter from the folks at home, sweet home. I asked them to send me 50 PDQ. They told me I'd go busted when I started out to roam. But the letter, well, the letter's overdue. And I fancy when I get it 'twill contain a dollar bill, and penned before the signature these words, "We love you still." I'm looking for a letter from a girl who loves me true. I asked her right upon a certain day. I know that letter'll reach me sure as 1 + 1 makes 2, unless the mail should chance to go astray. She never disappointed, and I know she never will. And this is why I pen before my name, "I love you still." I'm looking for a letter from an uncle growing old, and I've been named in honor of him too. Of course, I always reckoned when he'd die I'd get his gold, but the letter says, "With best regards to you." I was married last September to the belle of Centerville, and the old scamp has the nerve to say, "We love you, Bill." I'm looking for a letter from my firm about my pay that reads about increasing of my wage. I get one, but it's framed, just so opposite, and say, the boss must be in one terrific rage. He says, "Dig up more business and more cash," and then his quill jots down, "Get out and hustle, or we'll can you, Bill." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Bryan's Resignation by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. We can't see why they chew about Bill Bryan's resignation. We're sure it will bring no changes in the complex situation. 'Tis just another stunt of his, so void of bad intentions, alike indeed the one he's pulled at different conventions. We all recall his cross of gold. He sprung out in Chicago and did it with an eloquence outrivaling Largo. His ginst our flag on foreign shores and used in 1900 his ownership of railroads when so many said he blundered. We mind how, down in Baltimore, he flayed the Clarks and Ryans, the Belmonts and all Tammany. Well, all these things are Bryan's. And though he's out pro turn a while, we'll worry not a minute. He'll bob serenely some fine day and be right strictly in it. The note he sent to Germany, we hope 'twill prove entrancing, signed and sealed officially by Secretary Lansing. Suppose the whole dying cabinet resign, who'd care? This nation has thousands others just as good to grasp the situation. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Der Jitney by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. The jitney car is with us, where both Constant and I the fickle can do the à la millionaire for one small paltry nickel. They race our streets and avenues for everything that's in it. It seems to us that one goes by 'bout every other minute. In fact, our eye seems jitneyized, or else it's sadly failing. All autos look like jitneys, and we've done some awkward hailing, and got some mighty wicked looks from orbs erstwhile so pleasant, the kind you see in picture books, but transformed some at present. We've scanned the passengers who ride by this cheap transportation, all creeds and cults and clans and race, from all walks in creation. Hans and Abe and Jack and Pat, and all a looking dandy. Sari, Jane, and Maria from up along the Sandy. The nabob and the plebeian, the gambler and the preacher, our candidates for office and our Sunday school's best teacher. They all enjoy the auto's chug, no matter what the weather. Up in front or in the rear, cheek be jowled together. We like the smell of gasoline and sniff of heated Babbitt, and those who jitney long enough are sure to get the habit. We'll skimp a trifle here and there, say cut out booze a little, and chop the luxuries and put more cabbage in the kettle, and praise the patch that's neatly put upon our Sunday breeches, then in this way accumulate until our store of riches has reached the size where we can buy a car that is a Hummer. Then while the rest are going some, while we'll be going some. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Did This Ever Happen to You? By Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Ian King. D'you ever rear back in a well-cushioned seat with cigar working right, so refreshing and sweet, with your hat in the rack and a brace for your feet on the first outbound train in the morning. Now your stomach is feeling so cosy and fine, your conscience is clear and your heart right in line, your newspaper filled with the stories you crave, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Then, without a herald or warning, some lobster will give you a slap on the back, with a hand like a ham and a crash without knack, and pass you a guffawish "How do you do?" as if he'd a fatherly interest in you. And "Where are you going?" and then he will flop himself by your side and commence talking shop. Of course you tell him you're feeling quite mean, that you're bound for Paducah or Old Bowling Green, 200 miles off, and you'd hoped in between this point and your fixed destination to snatch a short nap that you'd thought would refresh your mind and your limbs and your bones and your flesh, and thereby feel better when you would arrive at the end of your journey that evening at 5, then work so befitting your station. But, hint as you will, it is all of no use. It falls like the rain from the back of a goose, and the lad with the slap and the shop sits serene. He's bound for Paducah or Old Bowling Green. He makes himself easy and sits by your side, is so entertaining the whole of the ride. The news that you wanted to read is unread, and the nap, well, the nap never entered your head. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
You're Looking Bad by Ignatius BRENNAN. This recording for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Jevver, meet this character, this fellow that we'd guess his stomach or his liver had gone out of busyness. This fellow who's been leader of the Anvil Chorus long, whose special occupation is to see that things go wrong. This fellow whom you're bound to meet 'bout 20 times a day, and every time he'll stop you and come at you this away. You're looking bad. Of course, we knew you met him, but just stop a minute, please. This fellow, as we called him, isn't limited to he's. For in these days of equal rights and other things to vex, this fellow isn't limited to either special sex. For we've oft seen Mrs. Ladybug, who's built the self-same way, and morning, noon, or evening, she's this cheerful line to say, "You're looking bad." We've often met this fellow when our blood was running red, could turn a dozen flip-flops without lighting on our head, could bowl on any alley, say at least 2.99, and knew without a shade of doubt that we were looking fine. But down the street comes Bilious, and the very first danged thing comes out this trite expression that we've heard from spring to spring, "You're looking bad." Now, we wish bad luck to no one, and we hope we never will, but this fellow gets our goatee from the Billy Goatee Hill, and we know that you'll excuse us when the truth to you we tell. We've often wished this fellow was in Catletsburg or, well, this thought too's a depraved one, we confess, but here we state. Won't St. Peter fix this fellow as he'll whine in through the gate? You're looking bad. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Also Philosophy by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Ian King. We never owned a limousine or any other car, and hardly think we ever will, while things stay as they are. We never look with covetousness or envy in our eye, whene'er we see some fortunate in auto whizzing by. We've often wondered what was paid for this and that machine, and what it costs to keep it up, for tyres and gasoline, and manifold accessories it needs from time to time. Then hazard this, we hardly think he earned it, writing rhyme. We've oft times tried to figure just about the way we'd feel a-driving our own auto, with our own hand on the wheel, and puncturing the ozone as we'd spin along through space, and just about how long 'twould take to get the motor face. Too, we'll confess, the smell of burning gasoline to us makes us Rockefellerish and Vanderbiltish plus. We like to see the phone poles pile up like a fine-tooth comb, but so far we have either walked or took a streetcar home. We've stood upon the corner as we'd watch the cars go by. We've listened to the comments of the boys afoot like I. We've heard them cuss and damn the rich who ride in the machine, e'en though, perhaps, their uncle was supplying gasoline. And though 100,000 men are working with a might, turning out these autos with orders yet in sight, but we've made the men a study, and we find them all alike. They all enjoy the high spots as they jog along the pike. Another thought, pathetic one, that lingers in our mind as we see these monsters whizzing by, a-burning up the wind, or hear their owners boasting how she rides without a jar, is, my, the job the poor cuss had a-selling that fine car. How they'd stall around, connivingly, to beat him down in price, till his profit wouldn't halfway pay his bill for 1 month's ice. There seems a parasitic streak in most all humankind, and those who are born without it seem to trail along behind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Not Like I Used to Do by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Carla Patton. I often question what is wrong. I find I cannot jog along the way I used to do. While music sounds to me more sweet, it does not seem to stir my feet the way it used to do. To sitter through a two-step now puts no chafed wrinkles in my brow the way it used to do. A broken date with Lady Fair will cause no tearing of the hair the way it used to do. I'm not as fond of oyster fries, nor do I munch those hot mince pies the way I used to do. I do not like the center rush where all are getting in the push the way I used to do. I note when 10 o'clock rolls round, my bed and I at peace are found, not like we used to do. A shoe of ease is just the thing the latest lass no more will bring the joy it used to do. I worry not of styles in hats, nor blending with your suit cravats the way I used to do. If my best coat and pants are whole, that's all I ask, contented soul, not like I used to do. Shows may come and shows may go. Opera stars like Caruso move me not, and circus days appear enveloped in a haze. Bands may play and songsters sing. Fire alarms may ring and ring. Fourths of old July may hum. Baseball games may stir me some. The preacher's talk of kingdom come is all that worries me. I asked the sage about all these. He answered, "Beg your pardon, please." But to this morbid, doleful rhyme, the answer is Old time, old time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. He's Always First by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Carla Patton. We know you've met this laddie buck. If not, you must be blind. This lad who's always right in front and never back behind. This lad who's first one through the stall at every baseball game. And first one out and on the car. To get there seems his aim. He knows exactly where the car door's going to open wide. He's first one on the platform, and of course the first inside. A dozen women may stand around with babes in their arms. He's looking out the window at the building or the farms. He's first one into the hotel to register his name. He's first one in the dining room, and first, of course, to blame the waiter for his snail-like pace, and first to raise his voice in protest against the victuals served, should he not get the choice. He's first to leave, and knows just when, the time his waiter's out. This makes him first to dodge the tip that we all kick about. He's first. Well, why grow tiresome when you know the chap we mean? May his tribe show a decrease is a wish with his serene. 'Tis queer about this fellow, how he does these stunts with ease. If we should ever tackle them, we'd join right in the squeeze. We cannot recall of sitting in a car unless, mayhap, some folks may think us sitting when we're hanging to a strap. We can't remember when we got a room at a hotel except the one you back from when they ring the breakfast bell. Our memories hazy about the time we sat in a pew, just made for 5, but ours had 6. The one in front held 2. We'll bet a Lincoln penny on the final judgment day. When we're turned loose, this lad will be the first to lead the way. And when the good saint tells him that his record isn't straight, and points across the highway towards the elevator's gate that opens just to those who are not entirely clean from sin, as soon's the gate is opened, he will be the first one in. He knows for once he's last one out. He'll neither push nor shove. He hopes the lower place is full, with rooms to let above. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. All the While by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Carla Patton. Some people talk on panic all the while, till with them 'tis quite organic. All the while they will say that money's tightening in a way that's simply frightening. And though the skies are brightening, all the while they will talk on money market all the while, and hunt up the things to dark it all the while. They'll spring all things in creation, and then charge the situation to the new administration all the while. They'll damn the men with money all the while, who live on milk and honey all the while. They'll cuss the cashiers and the tellers, from the cornices to the cellars, though they'd all be Rockefellers all the while. Now as to our own condition, all the while, we've held just the same position all the while. There's no need we should deny it, though the long green all ran riot, our money markets quiet all the while. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Mustaches Return by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Carla Patton. Away back in the misty past, when whiskers flourished thick and fast, and almost every man you'd meet would have them good and strong. We boys would look with longings to the day our bunch would be due, and tease our upper lips a bit to help the crop along, till finally with pride and dash we'd had a full-fledged man's mustache. Whene'er we'd go to see our girl, we'd have the barber wax a curl on each end so it's to have us look the dashing cavalier. But someone spread this thing around, mustaches with microbes abound, and one by one we parted with our matadorish dear. Our girls made no kick against the change, but loved us closer, not so strange. But now we note they're coming back, the purest blonde, the ultra black. Though not the same prolific brush as in our sporty day, they look as if they had the grip, the way they halfway fill the lip. It may be just consignment one, the balance on the way. We much prefer the olden style, large and full, and worth the while. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Collector by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Carla Patton. He raps on the door in a way you'd suppose the best friend on earth is in waiting outside, or the boy with the message to quickly disclose that your long-lost rich uncle in Klondike has died, leaving a fortune, $1 million or $2 million, in cash, and he's no other heir, only you. You rush to the door with a tea party smile that speaks of prosperity, comfort, and wealth, and air castles piercing the clouds all the while, consisting of seashore and places of health, autos and servants, and hotels the best. Your cares and your troubles are marked up at rest. But how do you do? Says the man with the bills. I'm here to collect your account long past due. You need not complain of hard times or ills. That is, if your tale isn't perfectly true. For this gent with the statements has heard every woe, and knows if you're telling a falsehood or no. He's there to collect, and you may as well dig if you have it in bank or encased in your hose. Though it takes your last penny, he cares not a fig, as his living depends on the old debts he'll close. There's no use to cuss and give vent to your wrath, for then 'tis the squire as the last aftermath. We've often thought, if the spirit we've here continues as ours when we ferried the Styx, if so, for this lad we have no little fear, for the habit acquired may put him in a fix. Unless he for once will be quite circumspect, he'll say to St. Peter, I'm here to collect. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Uncle Henry Talks by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Corey Michael Morrill. Uncle Henry Talks on Sermons. Pick up your daily papers and scan their pages o'er. Sermons, sermons, sermons by the dozen and the score. On this text from the Bible and this'n from the law, and myriads of others from no place I ever saw. Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays, and on through the week, you're always in a radius where someone's due to speak. And 'tisn't just the mornings, but at every hour of day, these fellers with their sermons are just bound to fire away, until their words are scattered to the winds like so much chaff, and have about as much effect as a movie phonograph. They've got their wisdom twisted, sure as you're as sittin' there. There's never much accomplished where they use too much hot air. A little bit is wholesome when a feller's growin' cool, but too much spiles the temper just the same as too much school. Or too much anything at all is worse'nt not enough. You can spile a stone by cutting till it's lessen than the rough. You can sharp a scythe so keen, like the edge will bend and break, and there's such a thing as putting too much sugar in your cake. There was never saying truer, cut from out the primest cloth, about too many cooks always spillin' of the broth. I like the old-time system when we'd meet just once a week, where we'd have a lot of prayin' and then hear the preacher speak. Then sing the Rock of Ages and the Royal Diadem, Abide with Me and so forth, and every one a gem. And say 'bout every second year just fetch the sinners in, along with them it backslid and work 'em o'er again. Then settle down to business when the plowin' time was good, and seen just who could prosper most around the neighborhood. Then when we'd feel like singin', just yank our hymnal down, and glory hallelujah till the old hills would resound. Americans will listen just so long and though they stay, for manners they're listenin', but listenin' to other way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When You and Me Were Boys by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Corey Michael Morrill. When You and Me Were Boys. I met a fellow yesterday I knew long, long ago, and then he had it on me, say a dozen years or so. I mind when first I voted back in 1892. His whiskers were 'bout like the ones I picture Esau grew. He was a candidate for justice of the peace that very year, was running round the precinct like an old electioneer. We called him Squire from that time on his majority, was safe as per the tally sheet and figured 23. We had to shake hands when we met amidst the talk and noise. His topic of discussion was When You and Me Were Boys. We went to school together in the old-time common way. While I was in my ABCs, he ciphered algebra. I recall his commencement day. I wore my red-topped boots and waist of mother's make and one of her best handmade suits. He gave the valedictory while I looked on with awe, and counted him the smartest chap that I had ever saw. He married Katie Simmons when I was in 4th grade. I was present at the wedding, no, I mean the serenade. But now I note the thing that he most thoroughly enjoys is telling other folks about when him and me were boys. Now he may prate the way he will, I know how old I am, and far as that's concerned don't give a continental damn. But the danger point about the thing is this, when at the ball, and I am doing bunny hugs and turkey trots and all, he might be there and doing the old wallflower stunt complete, and watching for the defects in my limbs and in my feet, and noting just how agile I cavort around the floor, 'bout like the way he used to do when he was 44. Then do the thing he shouldn't do, that strike a verbose poise, and tell the girls yet on my card of when us two were boys. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Tomorrow Will Be Fair by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Corey Michael Morrill. Tomorrow will be fair. We've heard people say in a thoughtless-like way, this world's a contrary old place, and they furthermore add, this old globule is bad. The worst we e'er knew in this case, we ask just one question, if this is the worst, pray mention to others in which you are versed. We know there are times when the sweetest of chimes, great like the cracked fairy bell's tone, and the handsomest last isn't seen as she'll pass, this perhaps when we're planning alone. And how oft have we sat at the table so rich, with the choicest of food we'd prefer a sandwich. Again there are days when the bird's softest lays fall flat as the discordant note, when the bloom on the trees throw their sweet scents a breeze to clog like a lump in our throat. But these days to us never smack of despair, we have one set maxim, tomorrow will be fair. For then we'll have hours with the birds and the flowers, whether in chill December or June, as the thrush and the lark are for bright skies and dark, and we wheedle ourselves into tune. This morbid-like stuff isn't built on the square, just live with the hope that tomorrow will be fair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Human Yardstick by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Corey Michael Morrill. The Human Yardstick. D'you ever notice as you jog along the road of life, doing your full quota for a victory in the strife, working hard from morning to the setting of the sun, and then next day pitch in as if your work had just begun. You go to church on Sunday and sing tenor in the choir. You meet your obligations in a way that all admire. Your charities are legion, your gift hand never slow. You always have kind words for all, best charity we know. But no one ever pats your back and tells you just how good you did this thing or that thing in your own home neighborhood. And should some fond admirer speak so favorably of you, then answer could be well construed to mean, I guess he'll do. You have one chief besetting sin, perhaps that one is rum, the stuff that makes some wealthy and puts others on the bum. The stuff that makes the sellers, if successful, mighty rich, but takes the main consumers and prostrates them in a ditch. Now you've been good for oh so long, you've done your duties well, yet no one ever sings your praise or of your virtues tell. But fall from off the water van and hit old rum a crack. Though you're 1,000 miles from home, the news will beat you back. And when you've rounded to and right side up with care, why then, you'll get more heart to hearts in this, you've fallen off again. Your virtues may be numberless, your vices only one, but by this one you're measured when the measuring is done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Lost Umbrella by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. I had a silk umbrella once. 'Twas silk of highest grade, guaranteed as such, and, too, fast colors will not fade. It had my monogram in script upon a silver plate. Silk tassels, fast to silken cords, made handsomely to mate. With splendid goods and workmanship that made best harmony. 'Twas given as a present, that's how it got to me. I had another one at home, fast black, the day 'twas sold, but kept on growing jaundiced as it kept on growing old. 'Twas only used on rainy days, and did its turn quite fine, and no one ever questioned if 'twas borrowed or 'twas mine. I kept the silk one to be used to make the right display, at some swell ball or function that sometime might come my way. It came. I dressed from shoe to tile in all the duds I had. All shaved and shorn, the glass displayed me looking not so bad. I took my silk umbrella down. The taxi came on time. It took me to the banquet hall, where all were looking prime. My overcoat and hat were hung upon an idle hook. The silken gift was hung just back. I had a second look. When the courses all were finished and the speakers all were through, I tarried just a little, which is always right to do. That is when you've been on the bill to do a special turn. This tarrying stunt is done because you always like to learn just how you took. I then strolled out to don my things and go. My coat and hat were there, but my prized umbrella? No. I have a handsome friend who spent the evening at the hall. Initials that could look like mine when monogrammed and all. He has a silken shower stick that does one good to see. I know just how and where 'twas got, and likewise so does he. But the other yellow comrade that I carried when 'twould rain will still be doing service till I get a gift again. And I'll gamble one plug nickel, should that cherished day e'er come, that he who swipes my parachute will have to figure some. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Microbic Kiss by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. We're told there are microbes in the kiss, and scientific chaps have said that we should stop this act of bliss and just say howdy-do instead. They tell us the deceitful germ lies lurking in the nectar, just waiting its right to confirm, like any other deadly worm that brings its awful spectre. They hold aloof the woeful tales to knock the wind from out our sails. They tell us how the handshake is not the safest thing to do, that parasites may vent their spleen by transferring to me or you some dreadful malady, say, like the smallpox or consumption, as none can tell where these may strike, then why not build the proper dike and work on the presumption that shaking hands is bad enough, but osculation horrid stuff? Now, we like science pretty well and bank a whole lot on its say, but when it sounds the kiss's knell, we start to dope another way. We knew these lads who looked askance and wondered 'bout the nectar being safe to take a chance without the approved cognizance of some professed inspector. These chaps died young, their love springs dried, and no one mourned them when they died. Experience in any line does teach us in the best degree, and we come out plunk and decline this microbistic theory, and say we know a little bit of kisses smacked at random, and tell of those that we've seen fit to get by way of perquisite, the sort delivered tandem. And well, we're big and strong, you bet, and believe in osculation yet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Doctors Disagree by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. I had a pain one time, you know, not one of these that come and go, but one that proved a sticker. And every one I met would tell to me the dope to make it well, from Epsom salts to liquor. Each made me think his cure was right, I'd always take a dose that night. The pain waxed on from bad to worse, sometimes I'd pray, again I'd curse, till I grew chill and placid. I then consulted Dr. Brown, who told me I was all run down and full of uric acid. He told me what I must not eat to bring about a cure complete. I mustn't tackle pork or lamb, must draw the line on cheese and ham, and any and all fishes. A little beef, say once a day, browned till the juice had cooked away. Must cut out all those dishes containing starch. The things I'd eat, just vegetables, sour or sweet. I slipped around to Dr. Smith, who called Dr. Brown a caveman myth. Regarding diagnosis, he told me eat whate'er I'd please, of ham and lamb and beef and cheese, as I'd tuberculosis. And as that meant well all know what, to cut my food was tommy rot. I then said sadly to myself, here's where I blow my stock of pelf, for this or that I'd fancy along the eating line, and too I'll hit a little special brew, even though it makes me dancy. I started in and first dash out, tried beer and beans and tripe and kraut. Now after gorging till my straps were let out quarter foot perhaps, I called a cab and mentioned to the bunch who saw me go, here's where I quit this earth below, though truly unintentioned. I'd thought when morning's bees would hum that I would be in kingdom come. The morning came, I heard the call of breakfast ready, one and all, and coming with much bosage, I rose and dressed and felt first rate. I piled fried spuds upon my plate with buckwheat cakes and sausage. My folks who watched would sort o' chide me long the lines of suicide. Now this was years and years ago, so long my memory fails to know exactly. And I'm truthful when I tell you that from that day I ate whatever came my way, and while I am not youthful, I feel I'm very much alive, though verging on towards 45. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jevver Move by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. Jevver Move. Now I don't mean if some policeman tells you to, or move because he's after you, or move when some high-power machine is about to catch you near the spleen because its course you'd disapprove. The question asked is, Jevver Move? I did, and in strict confidence I want to sympathize with those who've packed their kitchenware and clothes, beds and bedding ornaments of big and little consequence, window trimmings, curtains, blinds, and bric-a-brac 100 kinds. Then tear your wardrobe all apart. Unscrew the dresser mirrors, fine, and washstands follow next in line. Now pack the books you know by heart with others you've ne'er seen the start. Take up the carpets, beat them too, so, far as staring up, you're through. On comes the boys with moving van and grab your treasured furniture, with grabs no mortal could endure. Then, according to their latest plan, out along the curb, so's all may scan, from stem to stern, just what you've got, piano onto cooking pot. Next to the new house round the square, your treasured heirlooms onward jog, whereat they're piled en masse agog, while you look calmly on and swear, and yank your fast departing hair to think where this or that was packed. At length give up, demoniacked, no use to dilate further here on putting things in place once more, for that well follows, but before again in this role I appear, I'll jump this cursed hemisphere and go to dear old Zuzuland, where bamboo tents are simply grand, and where, to be in latest style, adjust your belt and sweetest smile. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Books Lent, but by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. We had a book, a cheap affair. It cost $1.03. We bought it from a second hand in Washington, D.C. Now as for the material that made the book itself, it wasn't worth the time it took to put it on the shelf. But my, the contents! Old and rare. And out of print long ago, a perfect Stradivarius as violinists know. We read, reread, time again, until its every page was ours. We knew we had annexed the writings of a sage. But when we know these splendid things, they never do the good we care for until we've dispensed around the neighborhood. The knowledge that we get by chance, as in this case, we told its teachings to our neighbors. They enjoyed it, young and old. We had a friend, she lived next door, a Mrs. Burke by name, a stellar literary light outside the Hall of Fame. Could quote the gems from Chaucer down to Swinburne, 'thout a hitch, or on back to Homer, through the intervening niche. Why Virgil's Aeneid to her was not e'en an antique. She borrowed this prized book of mine to be returned next week. The week went by, no Mrs. Burke. We hear she went away to visit friends in Montreal and more at Hudson's Bay. She took the book along for her perusal while en route, to dig down through the dirt and clay and hoist the diamonds out. 6 months from then she came back home. She told me about the book. She'd lent it to her cousin Kate, who'd gone to Sandy Hook. The days now lengthened into weeks. The weeks ran into years. A card came in from Cousin Kate while cruising round Algiers. It read, "Dear cousin, all are well. I wish that you were here." Oh yes, the book. I'll simply state, it surely is a dear. I lent it to Miss Mary Flynn just off for Donegal. She'll mail it back when through with it. Your cousin Kate, that's all. Well, Mary must have lent that book to Mary Ann Kehoe, just off for Honolulu by the way of Borneo. And Mary Ann in turn has let it to the wild man, who has sent it to a fiancé in Fiji or Zulu. Well, Mrs. Burke is still a friend, but she knows by our looks that she has one rare volume sandwiched in amongst her books. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Day That He Turned Up His Toes by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. He was sure that this old world would stop stone still the day that he turned up his toes. The waters would dry in the ever-flowing rill the day that he turned up his toes. The crops would all wither, the stock die of thirst. The birds from the treetops would sing at their worst. From breathing hot air we would swell up and burst, the day that he turned up his toes. Stocks would go tumbling and banks go to smash, the day that he turned up his toes. Business firms fail from the lack of hard cash, the day that he turned up his toes. The tides would all ebb without ever a flow. The stars would cease giving their glorious glow. Morals would run so depravedly low, the day that he turned up his toes. The choir he directed would never strike a note, from the day that he turned up his toes. No man in his state would know just how to vote, from the day that he turned up his toes. There'd be none to head the grand march at the ball, nor Halloween pranks on each succeeding fall. In truth, this whole sphere would be nothing at all, from the day that he turned up his toes. But could he now view from his home in the skies the day that he turned up his toes? The rills are now rivulets greater in size, now that he's turned up his toes. The banks all declare the same trite dividend. Business goes on with the same steady trend. The tides ebb and flow as they'll do to the end, though he's wholly turned up at his toes. The birds sing as sweet, and the stars shine as bright, although he has turned up his toes. We vote for our men when they've seen us all right, though long since he's turned up his toes. The choir he directed and doted upon sings better than when he egoed his baton. In fact, we believe they're all glad that he's gone, himself and his whole bunch of toes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old State is Dry by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by DrPGould. The 5th of November we long will remember as being the day that they put the state dry. So dry that we're thinking, those fond of their drinking, will not now be licensed to drink on the sly. Such scrapping we never have seen, and if ever we pass through that same royal battle again, we'll hike to the mountains and sip of the fountains that nature divined for the primitive men. And one must lapse rigid to jump to the frigid when once he'd been courted by John Barleycorn, and if forced endeavor that courtship to sever, and too, on that much-dreaded following morn. We're frank in confessing it sets us to guessing just how the majority piled up so high, because 'twas so rarely, when tested out squarely, you'd find this or that one so perfectly dry. In traveling over our state we'd discover a man now and then of the tendery kind, but show him a swallow of old Possum Hollow, 'twas rather refreshing, the change in his mind. We'd oft put on trial our trustiest file when running quite low and no wet section nigh, to meet in condition one of prohibition, who'd cause us to say to our bottle, "Goodbye." But why this discussing and aftermath fussing? The sovereign people almost to a man have said, "Mr. Boozer, come, be a good loser. In 1914 you adopt a new plan." "All right," says friend Boozer, "I'll be a good loser, by knowing as long as the red liquor is made, and I've the big cartwheel that tumbles the mart wheel, I'll get it e'en though I'll not bank on the grade." And too I have noted the lad who has voted because his wife told him to put the state dry, and should he e'er quiz me about some good whiskey, I'll tell him of mine. "Nothing doing," say I. Should my country cousin come round me a buzzin' 'bout having the cramps or some other like ill, I'll say, "Go to thunder, you snowed the thing under, go sip of the water that turns the old mill." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mistress Jekyll-Hyde by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Leah Autry, July 29th, 2018, St. Louis, Missouri. I had seen her name oft in the papers, as hostess or guest here and there, She acquitted herself in a manner that smacked of the qualified air. The cold type portrayed her as charming in gowns these occasions demand. The pen picture left this impression: the luckiest man in the land. This man who had won such a partner for life, this cultured, this handsome and sunshiny wife. I called at her door as a stranger. I gave a soft touch to her bell. I waited and longed for her coming because I had something to sell. And to my eyes longed for a feasting they ne'er had partaken before. So I stood in the sunshine and waited just outside this happy one's door. She came, and the furies of old pagan fame alongside of her would be mellow and tame. I proffered my card. 'Twas a proffer. I still have it, far as she's concerned. Endeavored to tell her my mission. My brightest endeavors were spurned. A mad Bruin's gaze is angelic, compared to the one in this case. The enamel all crazed on her features as bang went the door in my face. I flew from that house as from some dread disease, with a dam in my mind and a knock in my knees. Her husband and I got acquainted. We quaffed oft of liquid that's red. 'Tween quaffs we have waxed confidential. I must not give out all he said. But at times he has whispered, "Virago! Xantippe! The vixen!" likewise. Then call for more spirits frumenti. To me this was not a surprise. And we both agreed from our souls to our dome, some angels at large are not angels at home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Soliciting Cash Subscriptions by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Noah Martin. Did you ever collect? That is, to collect cold cash for elections in any respect. When no one is giving a small Grecian damn who wins or who loses. Now that's where I am. Just at the present soliciting cash to keep the old party from going to smash. You know, this collecting's a delicate thing when your party is out and you're minus the ring. And when the Mizuma's inclined to be true and sticks to its love like proverbial glue. Again, doubting Thomas's ponder and quiz, how much is your rake-off for doing the biz? You sit at your desk, for you make the first start. And you run down the list that you know so by heart. Then you dope the amount that you know you will get. From this one and that, the donation is set. You rig out your paper all typewritten so, and for once in your life, you go out for the dough. The Joneses, you figured for 50 apiece, have joined the Browns and departed for Greece. The Millers and Barlows, the Caseys and Canes, the Picketts and Dailies, the Cooks and Zanes, the Crogans and Fays, the McGuires and O'Sheas have gone to the country for 45 days. The Krauses and Strausses, the Kleins and the Rows are in Philadelphia buying spring clothes. The Schneiders, the Dushes, the Strobels, the Schwalbs, McGregors, McFarlands, the Grants and the Robs, the French politicians, Italians, and all are gone, to be gone till long late in the fall. The lads you figured for 20 at least contribute a 5. They're just back from the East. Some more will subscribe with a spirited dash. So much, but we failed to lay eyes on the cash. Others will fritter and bluster and fuss, as if they were loaning the money to us. But we also find those who'll go down in their hip and peel off a 10 at a 150 clip. Then hand you the names of another half score who give and say, "Ring if you need any more." 'Cause these lads are scarce, but we find them, a few. It's a hell of a task, prying off the Mizzou. Now, if I meet some piker on next Friday week, if we've been defeated, and he dares to speak by way of, "Why didn't you do it this way?" or other remarks not congenial that day, especially if he's been tight with his kale, I'll hit him. if judge gives me 6 months in jail. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Jimmie Jones by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Noah Martin. Jimmy was a thrifty lad, not so long ago. Anything he'd want, he had. Made a handsome show. Dressed in just the latest style. Always wore a pleasant smile, we would have you know. Jimmy owned a motor car. Climbed most any hill. Jim was rightly popular. Well, he paid the bill. Friends? Why, he had friends to burn. Jostled them at every turn, courting his goodwill. Dance was never a success, less our Jim was there. Cards or cribbage, on chess, played with knowing air. Sing? Well, just like a mockingbird. Sweetest voice you ever heard. Church or anywhere. Handsome? Huh, well I should say, eyes just rightly brown, hair to match. Let's see, he'll weigh about 200 pounds. Height, not less than 6'2". Trims an aspen, head to shoe. Match nowhere around. Jimmy was a graduate of a school of law. None could match him in debate. Stood without a flaw mongst his peers, for all well knew. Jim was finished through and through. So they stood in awe. Jimmy tackled politics, let his business go. Mixed with Jews and Dutch and mix. Hunky and Dago. Thought he'd made the real slam with the festive sons of Ham, like some more we knew. Jimmy bought the boozerine. Ale and Dublin stout, placed a little lengthy green here and there about. Fought, like valiantest of men, till the polls were closed, and then Jim was down and out. Jimmy's motor car is sold. Bank account is gone. Jimmy's silver, Jimmy's gold, can't be counted on. Jimmy's now a common slob, wondering when he'll get a job. Other fellow won. He knows what Lincoln said of war. Cletus Hauser, too. Knows he's what they played him for. But he's game all through. Jimmy's young. He'll hit the track. Mark our word that he'll come back. Some, it seems, must get a whack, for they learn to hew. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Vacation Time by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Noah Martin. There's not a doubt about it that vacation time is on. Some are just beginning, while more are through and done. Others, well, are neither. Still vacating, so to speak, and riding home for money, so's to stay another week. Some go to the mountains where the cooling breezes blow. Some select the seashore, where the tides all ebb and flow. Others, well, go neither, but are thoroughly content to hit their country cousins, where it doesn't cost a cent. This vacating's quite a puzzle when we stop to think it o'er, of whether it's the mountain or the silvery sanded shore, or pick some quiet section where your country kinfolk dwell, and spend your time in leisure by the brook or in the dell. Now, as for us, the mountains have a most specific charm, as we ne'er kick on the seashore, where the sands are nice and warm. And we love the quiet country, where the lambkins run and skip. But the chiefest, mean enigma, is the cash to make the trip. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Awful Hallowe'en by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. An Awful Hallowe'en. Absolutely untrue. Way back 1,000 years ago, when Halloweens were young, and spooks and fairies all the go, in climes of every tongue. I knew a bunch of girls and boys, high school folks by the way, who entered into all the joys, like girls and boys today. And these folks sought the castle where the glass reflected true the face of him or her right there. They'd plight their fortunes too. But when they reached the castle, just imagine their surprise. The glass was gone. They saw they must employ the witch's eyes. One girl got a general, another got a sailor, one a farmer, thin and tall, and one a big fat tailor, and still another got a clerk, and one a Quaker preacher. A real bad girl drew a Turk, and one a high school teacher. One boy saw plain, a suffragette, another a virago. One drew my Lady Minuet, who led the dance in Dago. Another got a chic soubrette, so full of fun and laughter. The best boy drew a cook, you bet, was happy ever after. But one poor Moundsville high school lass, who let a dozen chances pass, because she was supposedly witty, and some knave told her she was pretty, saw in that witch's mirrored eyes, to her chagrin and her surprise, the man that she must surely wed. His name? Just Mr. Pumpkinhead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Woodrow by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Please don't lay the blame on Margaret or Miss Bones, her cousin dear, or the troubles you've encountered in this most eventful year. Don't announce that you were lonely, as some widowed turtle dove. Come out open and above board say, I simply fell in love. Speak out plain like this, 'twas Edith, those dark eyes and darker hair made me step a willing victim into Cupid's pleasant snare. Say you helped arrange the trappings, fixed the bait upon the stick, placed your own heart on the trigger, and you're glad you turned the trick. War and other tribulations well may roam this old world through, but Dan Cupid's always neutral, makes no odds what others do. With his bow and love-tipped arrow, he keeps up his endless chase, bringing home like fair Diana choicest game from every place. In advance, congratulations, though we all can't be on hand. We'll attend alike in spirit everywhere in our fair land. At your wedding, and friend Woodrow, we're not much for noise and fuss. With that dinner you'll have turkey. Why not take that bird on us? October 1915. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. How We Took in the Fair by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Did we go over? Well, now we should say we did. Joined in the throng so resplendent and gay we did. Started right in to enjoy every phase of it. Found there were times we were lost in the haze of it. First on the Ferris wheel, all fairs abound with it. Then on the ponies, the merry-go-round of it. Saw the snake charmer, and made goo-goo eyes at her. And Miss Laturka were stuck on the size of her. Sat by the fat girl, not one bit afeard of her, and she of the whiskers, and pulled at the beard of her. Spied Thomas Thumb, and the giant from Borneo, found he one time was a Texas attorney-o. Saw Miss Electro, and watched the sparks fly from her, envied her not, though 'twas like eating pie for her. Talked with the wild man from in Tasmania, found him a native of York, Pennsylvania. Chewed with a Dutch clown, so full of frivolity, named Michael Flynn, from the Isle of much jollity. Drank lemonade of acidic acidity, sold by those boys of such humble timidity? Munched on hot weenies until we felt doggish like, Hamburger steak till we lapsed to the groggish like, Crunched on hot peanuts done o'er from the fair before, Limburger cheese you could smell for a square or more. Quaffed a few mugs of the lager variety, Blew off the foam with our old time propriety, Dug up the shell game and took a few tries of it, Misjudged the ball on account of the size of it, Shot at the coon through the canvas, 'twas fun galore, Threw at the babies and missed like we'd done before. Bought 50 rings at the cane rack and, truthfully, wasted them all in a manner so youthfully. Then to the grandstand, not one bit aghast to us, Sat till our lingerie trousers stuck fast to us. Saw Charlie Walsh sailing round in his aeroplane, Hope this same Charlie comes back to our fair again. Watched every race from the start to the finishing, Cheered with an ardour not leastwise diminishing. Lost our last cent on a horse named Jim Hemmer old, Reason the jockey was garbed in pure emerald, Then hoofed it home as was always our way of it, Satisfied, happy, we'd had a great day of it. Dear old State Fair, 'tis too bad that the manual Stoutly maintains that you only come annual. Had we our way we would change the whole call, And then have one in May and one more in the fall again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Opposites by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. You see a couple on the street, he measuring about 6 feet and weighing close 125, she walking 'longside 4 feet 10, 200 pounds plus 20, then you're bound to murmur, sakes alive, did their thoughts run to endless bliss when making such a mess as this? You see another couple too, she just about 5 inches through the belt line and 5 feet 11, and he 4 feet from hip to hip and 1 foot more from top to tip. Then you av'll say, how under heaven came about this awkward match? They each made one tremendous catch. Again you'll see another pair, she spick and span and debonair, a fashion plate from sole to crown, he rigged in hat and shoes old style, and suit too large by 1 full mile, the pants of which look coming down. You can't but think, where were her eyes when she made such a sacrifice? And too you'll see some Beau Brummel, always togged in clothes just swell, the latest thing from old Paris, and she in some loose trailing skirt that fits 'bout like our old night shirt, waist, hat and shoes of same degree. You ponder on and guess, did she e'er wear a wedding dress? But why concern? Then to our mind comes this old proverb, love is blind. Perhaps 'tis best this is the case. Were we to use our microscope, and with the love god try to cope, he'd plan a way to win the race. His plans we'd mutually approve. So what's the odds as long's you love? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Brennan is quite a humorist by Ignatius Brennan. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Mr. Brennan was candidate for Treasurer of the State of WVA in the campaign of 1912. The following in his unique way of filing his expense account as required by law. The clipping is from the Pittsburgh Dispatch. Defeated candidate for WVA State Treasurer files unique statement, gets quite sarcastic. Charleston, WVA, December the 5th. Filed with the Secretary of State is the masterpiece of West Virginia political literature in the form of a statement of campaign expenses by Ignatius Brennan of Wheeling, Democratic nominee for State Treasurer in the recent election. Brennan was defeated by the present Treasurer, E. Leslie Long. Brennan is somewhat of a man of letters and is a contributor of poetry to state newspapers. His statement of campaign expenses follows: election expenses of Ignatius Brennan, candidate for State Treasurer, securing nomination by purchase $2.25. Railroad fare, Baltimore and Ohio mostly. Splendid system, $80. Pullman Company of Illinois, $9.25. Tips to Republican Pullman porters, $2.10. Dining car for meals en route, $14. Tips to Bull Moose waiters, $2. Hotels, $100. Hostelries posing as hotels, $65. Tips to non-pledged Republican waiters, $5.25. Trips by auto, $17.50. Livery hire, candidates rates, $20. Ordinary rates about $6. Workers well named, $25. Postage, $4.50. Cards, not plain cards, $7.50. Cuts of my mug, $12. Buttermilk, pop, seltzer, beer, ale, whiskey, highballs, cocktails for myself and friends, over which we discussed our majorities, $35. Bromo, seltzer, salts, liver pills, Turkish baths, etc. for myself, the morning after, $7. Stationery, $4.50. Incidentals, $45. This includes loans without security or anything else, hold-ups, round-ups, tickets for raffles and balls never pulled off, prescriptions for sick people, subscriptions to magazines I didn't want, donations to churches outside of my own parish when I am back 2 years in my pew, rent at home, etc. Total $457.85. Signed, Ignatius Brennan. The statement is sworn to before J. B. Handlan, a notary public of Ohio County. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When She Married by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org. She'd often sat and told me just the sort of man she'd wed when she married. He must be her ideal from his feet up to his head when she married. His hair must be the raven black or darkest shade of brown. His eyes must blend to match it to a T. His form must be Apollo-like, must never wear a frown. In height, not less than 6 feet 2 or 3. And weigh 200 pounds, not less, said she. When she married. He mustn't go to baseball games on Sunday afternoon. When she married. Must argue women's rights from June to each succeeding June. When she married. He mustn't flirt, oh heavens no, must not return a smile. Be she the lady giving, ere so fair, must dress to suit her notion in the very latest style, so as to be so rightly debonair, but to herself alone right on the square. When she married, he mustn't chew tobacco or he mustn't smoke cigars. When she married, he mustn't drink or loaf around those devil-haunted bars. When she married, he mustn't know the two-spot from the joker or the king. He mustn't, under any circumstance, use the smallest cuss word. Then he must do everything within his power to quit the wicked dance, and promise to let her wear the pants. When she married, she looked in all directions her Apollo boy to find, and get married. She ne'er could see the one alike the picture in her mind, and get married. She visited the mountains when the summer months were on. She trod the glistening sands down by the sea. She rambled through the orange groves when winter'd come till gone, but she never found the one to her ID, and she wondered if that picture was N.G. still single. At last, hurrah! We read it. The weekly paper said that she married. We sent congratulations from the heart and from the head when she married. We stood around on tiptoe waiting for their safe return, when we would see the perfect man that she must find before she'd say, I will. Oh, how our eyes did yearn for just one glance of her affinity to put our very souls upon a spree. She was married. We got no guilt announcement of at home from him or her when she married. A love at first sight wedding, we'd impulsively infer when she married. One eve by chance we met them strolling down the avenue. He'd reach about her shoulder, we would note. He wore a 13 collar and a 4 1/4 shoe, and a 7 hat would straddle to his throat. His possessions were a bride and perhaps a vote. But, she married. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Time Preacher by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Philip Gould. J'ever go to meetin' when the preacher's workin' right, just hammerin' the pulpit with the true exhorter's might, and movin' back and forth across the rostrum with a grin, a throwin' down the gauntlet to the calendar of sin. Wound up for the occasion, and he thinks his sayin's true, and each time he mentions sinner he will look right straight at you? We have. He's the old school style of preacher, the hell's fire and brimstone brand, and he paints the thing so vividly you see this torrid land. Can see old Mr. Satan with his horns and cloven hoof, dishing out his torments from the cellar to the roof, to those who, while on earth, did all his biddings true and well, who thought, for so much service we will fare first rate in hell. And they did. Not. He shows the seething cauldron with its molten mass of oil. He shows the flames that heat it, 10 times worse than gas or oil. He shows a first lieutenant to the devil standing there, holding some poor sinner on a trident high in air, smack above the cauldron, and should the fellow drop, he'd land plunk in the kettle's very center right kerflop. He dropped. He draws an awful picture of the one who'd not believe, another of the one who ne'er would once the poor relieve, and one of him or her who knew naught else but scandal lore, and one of him who always wanted 8% or more. He shows the hypocrite confined behind the furnace door, begging, pleading, let me out, I'll ne'er deceive once more. he's still in. We've often sat and listened while these pictures were displayed, and though the best thermometer showed 0 in the shade, and while his Tweedledee was not quite like our Tweedledum, we'll tell you on the level that he had us going, some. The perspiration dripped from off our chilled and fevered brow, and the quivers used our spinal for a trolley line somehow. Ever experience? The dear old preacher's dead and gone, we hope his soul's at rest. He hit straight from the shoulder and he did his level best. And during these agnostic days when creeds like his are scoffed, we've yet to see that standard floating in the breeze aloft that shows the least improvement far as knowing is concerned, e'en though these gents will pose as so erudite and so learned. Have you? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nurse by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Were you ever a patient right down on your back, in a neat, clean, white hospital bed, with hot pads and bottles all over your front, and cracked ice in bags on your head? With a fever thermometer stuck in your jaw and the doctor accounting your pulse, while your friends and relations are standing hard by and inwardly doping results? Then watch them all leave when your symptoms are guessed and you've been introduced to your nurse, who starts in forthwith on our dose-giving course, which means 'tis for better or worse. She'll smile all the while in her health-giving style, while she fills you with powders and pure castor oil, elixirs and tinctures and citrates and salts, till your poor abused gizzard is doing a waltz. Now these smiles that she smoles while she's filling your tank are right from the heart and are best. Her whole being set upon pulling you through, she's your friend with the patience and zest. But her mandates are law, and old Abdul Pasha never reigned with more absolute rule, and the best thing for you is get busy and do the things that are taught in our school. Don't kick on the taste of the liquids or salts, or say that the pads are too hot. For she's there with the goods from the powders to foods, and you'll take them when due on the dot. And you might just as well try to tumble uphill as to e'er say a word against her citrate or pill, or suggest lemon pie or fried oysters or kraut. When she brings you in soup, she knows what she's about. Just do as she says and these smiles will remain, till full convalescence comes round. As there's naught brings more joy to the nurse than to know that she'll leave her charge perfect and sound. But then, how oft do we e'er think of the times that she watched by our feverish bed, when our brow burnt her palm and the blear in our eye told that life hung by brittlest thread. Those nights and those days when our thoughts were, what else can I do that I haven't yet done, to help my poor patient in every way to hurry recovery on? We pledged, when prostrate, there would ne'er be a night but we'd send up a prayer for this angel in white. Have we done it? Well, maybe a fortnight or two, but we learned to forget as is human to do. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Circus by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Sure, we went over. We'll tell you the truth of it. Swore we would not until way afternoon. Joined in the rush with the old and the youth of it. Jags, sages, wags, and the cheerful buffoon. Ladies whose age is a matter of history. Men who have circused since we were a boy. Men, stranger men, who are enshrouded in mystery. Men of the 3 shells we used to enjoy. Yes, we hung on to a strap like the rest of them. Right side by each with, what they think, the best of them. Course we took in all the sideshows, you bet we did. Saw the same bunch we've seen often before. And some brand new ones, the best we've seen yet, we did. Never once stopped till we'd looked them all over. Then to the main tent, from off the menagerie, saw all the rings doing business at once. Clowns with their new stock of lingo and bladgery. tumblers and riders with all sorts of stunts. Sat on the board till our breeches stuck fast to us, watching in awe at what they'd brought at last to us. Bought a balloon of the purple variety. Lemonade? Sure, of a pale crimson hue. And though perhaps we forgot our propriety, peanuts, well yes, near a bushel or two. Stayed for the concert, and when it was finished, we thought, well by George, we're a sport yet a while. Stuck till the last tier of seats were diminished, we then hoofed it home, as was always our style. Slept, we should say, but all night in our dreamings we loafed with the lions and hyenas screamings we. Circus come often, as long as we're living we promise right here we'll be John on the spot. And there with the 50 we'll freely be giving we think and think grimly it lengthens man's lot. We have been circusing on since Grant's second term, like this one yesterday best of them all. Truly we hope at the end of our reckoned term, one splendid show and a fast game of ball. Then when dear Sharon, the jolly old ferryman, beckons us come, we will shake and be merry, man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jevver Drink by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Jevver Drink? You know I mean. Jevver Drink old boozerine, the stuff that makes some people rich, the ones who sell the right amount, and slam some others in the ditch. Some for a while, more for the count, the stuff, as some will say, that cheers, that is when just so many beers have sped adown the gullet way and transformed darkest night to day. Now when I ask you Jevver Drink, I'd not have you one moment think that I mean just a one-night souse that any publican may do, but drink whereby you rightly douse your stomach with Kentucky Dew, or any other standard brand mine host may hap to have on hand. Day in and out until I'll know exactly just the clip you go. The clip at which tonight you sing with all the spirit of the spring, songbird, and perhaps you dance the Highland fling or Irish reel or improvise the circumstance to suit, of course, the way you feel. Say give the wild Comanche whoop, or shoot the chutes, or loop the loop, or do the taxi stunt profuse and wind up in the calaboose. Well, after escapades galore, some day you'll look yourself well o'er, and think, see here, old boy, 'tis time to put the brakes on this forsooth. I've sown my oats while in my prime, survived because backed up by youth. I'll pass the reins to other hands, who'll tramp the bacchanalian sands. While I from this day on can say, no thanks, I'm done. Old time speeds on, your friends of old will say the old boy's feet got cold. He's on the water wagon right alongside of the driver. And he always stays at home at night and saving cash to beat the band. But just the same good fellow though that he was in the long ago, he'll buy the drink say for the house, but for himself 'tis nix come rouse. Still old time plods as prone to do the lads of old acquaintance who knew you when you went the pace, are quizzing just about how long you'll hold your self-sought tindered place, devoid of whoop and dance and song, and should you make a slip whereby results might show as if some rye had figured in the case, why then the one conclusion drunk again. So same old world, the more you try to hold the straight and narrow why, the more some people lie in wait for just one chance to rightly place a solar plexus true and straight to check your even-tempered pace. Sometimes we feel the golden rule with some dies in the Sunday school, while others of the Christian ways know charity in every phase. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Etiquette by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org. If there's one thing in this wide world that's been to us an irksome task, and made us oft-times sit and sweat, until our hair was rightly curled and face contorted like a mask, it is this cussed etiquette, the stately law that makes us do the opposite to nature's view. We get an invitation to attend some bridge or whist affair from Miss La Gosh or Miss Would Wed. Now, we accept like others do. Then after we've arranged our hair, and spick and span from toe to head, we hie ourselves into the place, whereat we go the formal pace. The first thing we do is to display a countenance unlike our own, then couple on a dialect that savours of the Yankees' way, crossed with the southern darky's tone, to bring about the right effect, a mongrel speech of surest text, and everybody there is next. We say, "Aha, beg pardon, please," and kowtow all our Chesterfield, then sit so statue-like and prim, and pose as being right at ease, though from the start we're there to yield to every other's wish or whim. Now when the doings all are o'er, there none applaud for our encore. We go to fancy ball, and be like all attending, nicely dressed, in frockings to suit the event. We wear our pumps and jewelry, the evening suit with low-cut vest, that perhaps took every blessed cent. We had to rent the awkward bosh, or stood the clothier off, by gosh! We waltz around as if we wore what's called the straight front XYZ, with eye alert for ladies' train. Huh! Another medieval bore, that flourished long about 1303. And then when lunchtime comes we strain our every faculty to think just how to munch and how to drink. We worry through as best we can, as hungry most as when we sat, because it isn't mannerly to eat your food, say, like a man, but gingerly, more like a cat. Then have one tell us quietly, "You didn't use your napkin right," and "You nearly showed an appetite." A score of other state affairs we well would cite, but what's the use? We live just like we've always done, with just a few mistakes and cares, and we can rigidly produce and have always our old-time fun. And if this doesn't suit the rest, we're satisfied we've done our best. Now right here is where we're going to ask, which is the ruder of the two? The one who'll watch for our mistakes, and heavens, that's an easy task, or us who always bags a few? If we e'er notice qualms and quakes in anyone, we merely wink the other eye, or take a drink. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Show Me by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org. I'm not from Missouri and have to be shown, nor no doubting Thomas am I. But suppose I'm like all, have a will of my own, and may now and then ask for a why. Now, just at the present, I'm perplexed a bit, or else I'm too dumb to conceive the canons of science that say they see fit to approve or to well disbelieve. Our Dr. Cook says he discovered the pole, and tells how he did it and all. He brings back his proofs that he thought right and whole, well wrapped in an Eskimo shawl. He tells how he felt when at longitude naught and latitude 90 degrees, his trip as a whole, how with dangers 'twas fraught, of his narrow escapes from a freeze. He has his dogs pictured hooked up to their sleds, and the Eskimos nicely a squat. Aurora Borealis, whalebacks, and bearheads, all snapped while you wait on the spot. He's pictured the hole where the pole ought to be is yet when the sea coughs it up. He shows frozen seal and congealed mercury. How many have envied his cup? But now, when he's home and is doing first rate, from writings and lectures galore, and splitting receipts with the lad at the gate, we hear a volcanic uproar. From old Copenhagen, where once they said A, comes coldest of negative now. They've smashed our friend Doc in his gala heyday and stricken the laurels from his brow. Now here's where this I'm from Missouri comes in, and here's where I want to be shown, and here's where those canons of science grow kin to that bull-headed will of my own. I'd ask these despoilers of Dr. Cook's fame, in a spirit unbiased and fair, to tell me just how, under heaven's fair name, can they mark his taboo on the square. I'd ask them to tell what they know of the pole. Could they tell it if labeled N.P.? What maps, charts, or sketches have they in control that tell what the pole ought to be? If Cook talked Skagerrak or chewed Kattegat or munched about Jutland, I'd trow these chaps, if he lied, could so well jingle scat. But the pole? How the hell do they know? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Every Day by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. Our eyes are growing dimmer every day. Our form is waning slimmer every day. With our purse becoming flatter, we can't think we'll e'er be fatter as they raise on beans and batter every day. Our tasks are growing lighter every day. Our hair grows white and whiter every day. Once it used to fall in wavelets. Now these wavelets lie in gravelets, though we used all kinds of savelets every day. Our sporting blood is thinning every day. We crave no extra inning every day. And the times that we have rooted when we'd be about half snooted have all been rightly shooted every day. The boys we knew in childhood every day, and who battled with the wildwood every day, though there's none of them fanatics, they're all doctoring for rheumatics, from their cellars to their attics, every day. And the girls once sweet and pretty every day, so bright, petite, and witty every day, who in quadrille never blundered, while the fat folk watched and wondered, now weigh around 300 every day. Our feet grow more unsteady every day, our wits not half so ready every day. Though we still pose as a rhymer, there are younger ones and primer who will ask, who's the old timer? Every day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Rearing the Baby by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. J'ever rear a baby and make it a success by your own intuition and a bunch of stubbornness? This stubbornness asserting, say, when Mrs. Jones or Platt will tell you what to feed the kid to make him big and fat, and just the kind of clothing he should wear all times of year, his sleep and his ablutions so's to keep the chap in gear, and insist on execution of her system right away, when, if you do not do it, she will talk about this way. That's when you've gone with the baby and can't answer yea or nay. I don't see how some mothers ever pull their children through. Had we had mothers like her, 'twould have settled me and you. Our mothers were old-fashioned and they knew the wrong from right. But the way they rear them nowadays, it simply is a fright. They take them out all sorts of days, in rain or snow or sleet, and my whole heart goes out to them when I see them on the street. Some day there'll be a funeral, and you just mark my word, that very lady I advised will blame it on the Lord. Then the other lady'll tell her how when she was 6 months old, her mother gave her turpentine to break a stubborn cold, and how she kept her flannels on till way late in the spring, would never think of shedding them before the robins sing. She'd chewed on many a greaser, that's a rusty bacon rind, boiled cabbage and potatoes and meats of every kind, long before she was a year or had her grinders through. Then they both agreed their mothers knew the proper things to do. We heard of all these comments and inquired about Mrs. Platt, a walking advertisement for this famous anti-fat. We found the stork had missed her in his travels round at night, and never found the lady at her fireside in daylight. But Mrs. Jones was wiser when the stork refused to come. She lawfully adopted one from out the orphans' home. Her boy was 8 to start with, and his colic days were o'er. His governess a widow with a family of 4. Now, as each was well equipped to tell us how to rear the kid, we followed their instructions to the letter. Sure we did. Not. And the baby waxes stronger as the days come on and go. He would win a prize this minute at most any baby show. So our curt advice to ladies who've advisings by the box is, keep your hubby's buttons on and darn his hole-proof socks. And leave this baby business to the mothers who will do the things that suits the kiddo, so he'll manage to pull through. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Blissful Grave by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. We've stood in awe and looked aghast as silently the mourners passed in vehicled procession. We've followed on. We've heard the cries that from these mourners did arise when earth took stern possession of what was rightly hers. The grave is heir alike to knight and knave. The grave so nicely hollowed out, precisely measured all about, by hands of master training, and choicest flowers placed o'er the clay, fresh dug, and in artistic way. Who'd be for once complaining to take up his abode therein, where all smacks of such discipline? Again, the grave where all is peace, where all our tribulations cease, where all our earthly failings lay deep beneath our casket's bed, and all the good we've done or said is sung with sweet regalings, where, when the world is tired and wan, we merely lie and slumber on. The wintry winds that howl and break, and cause all earthly frames to quake, ne'er enter our dominion. When war runs rife on sea and strand, when human blood besoaks the land, we're asked for no opinion regarding what is wrong or right, and better still, not asked to fight. The lark serenades us every morn when skies are bright. On days forlorn, the thrush performs his mission. The frost ne'er enters our domain, nor yet does old soul scorch our brain or change our fixed condition. If pestilence or famine hit, it ne'er disturbs our peace a bit. The clash and clang of forge and mill, the auto's siren sharp and shrill, the locomotive's warning, the fret and worry others feel while gulping down the day's first meal on each succeeding morning, ne'er enter in where we repose. Another blessing, heaven knows. So grave when with this life we're through, and we are brought to dwell with you until the resurrection. Don't quiz too closely what we've done, and whether we have lost or won, kindly waive inspection. But should you rule a different way and find we've been a bit too gay, please hold us tight on Judgment Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When You Have the Coin by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. They came right from the country where they'd struck it rich in oil, and coal and other products that were deep beneath the soil. Of course they'd lay beneath the soil as naught that soil would grow. Why, the birds all carried lunches when they'd cross it to and fro. But they don't carry lunches now while traveling here and there. They eat the best that could be found on any bill of fare, and got there just the same. They built a splendid mansion on a splendid avenue. They had a red room and a green and, to be right, a blue. They bought a grand piano, though she couldn't hit a note. Wilton rugs 4 inches thick on which all proudly dote. They got tapestries from Persia and statuettes from Rome, annexed an auto, then sent out their gilt-edged cards at home, and got there just the same. She did the honors in a way her guests had never seen. She bade them hang your things up in the red or blue or green. And set right down, feel right at home while I will supervise the cooking of the turkey and the stuffing and the pies. The dinner is announced, and 'twas some dinner, bet your life. She ate her bean soup from her fork, her green peas from her knife, and got there just the same. She then proposed a game of cards. Someone suggested bridge. But they'd never played these silly games at her home on the ridge. Just ordinary 7-up or euchre was her forte, and either one she was well versed and gave her lots of sport. They played, of course, for prizes till 11 games were done, and the hostess of the evening, per her tally card, had won. She got there just the same. They then discussed the classics for a little time before they'd leave. She thought that Burns was Dutch, and never heerd of Moore. She'd read of Mr. Shakespeare, and her uncle spoke of Poe, and knowed most all the Scots, exceptin' Walter, in a row. She remembered Mr. Bryan when he run for president, but she never thought Longfellers, for as workin', worth a cent. But she got there just the same. They never had no books at home, but she remembered one. They called it Pilgrim's Progress by a Bunyan man named John. And another about a feller with a lamp that burned so bright, and wrote by an old Arab, and I think his name was Knight. She used her double negatives in most artistic style. But then she had the do-re-mi that came from coal and isle, and got there just the same. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Does This Remind You? By Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. I don't know how it takes effect upon other men and women of the baseball ilk, but time and time again I've said when starting out to battle in life's fretful fray, here's where I settle down to work. No baseball game today. Away down in my inner self I meant it every word, and knew I'd stick close to my text no matter what occurred. No matter what persuasive chap or chaps would say, "Come on," I'd touch my spinal column and at once respond, "Be gone." I'd read the Dopester's column of the games the day before, games of 16 innings before either side would score. No-hit games, triple plays, pitchers' battles grand, where phenoms sent them o'er the pan with mythical command. Where outfield boys pulled down the pill that looked so good for 3. Where Jinx, the southern wonder of unknown delivery, had fanned 11 batsmen, e'en the umpire's work was fine, was up to snuff on balls and strikes, and ne'er misjudged the line. I'd read the forecast of the game that starts today at 3, about the splendid fettle of the boys, and how McGee, the new speed artist heaver of the zigzag curves and twists, would top the mound this afternoon, a game not to be missed. And seems to me that every fan I'd ever known or seen, I'd meet that special morning, or at lunch, or in between. The time I'd say, "No game today," and meant it good and strong, up to the time, inclusive, that the ballpark car came long. The wagon with announcements on, and boy and bell inside, seemed hounding at my coat-tails as to have me to provide an affirmative amendment, in event it didn't rain, to go and see that ball game, but all pleadings were in vain. The telephone would ding-a-ling, some friend would say, "Hello, tell me all about the bunch who's made their plans to go," and telling where they'd meet me, never doubting it at all, but what I'd be right with them when the umpire'd say, "Play ball." But to all these intercessions I would give a cruel no, with the inward thought appended, "I guess I know when to go." The whole bunch can go to thunder when I say I'll not me, though I'm a fan, I reckon, of the 34th degree. I settle down to business, hit the correspondence pile, give to some attention and place others on the file. I telephone to Jenkins and likewise to Shaw and Frame, with whom I have engagements, but they've just left for the game. I'll try and hunt some new ones, so I call up Sykes and Jones. The office girl, responding in most joyous sort of tones, would ask me, "Leave your number?" then so happily proclaim that Sykes and Jones just took the car to see the baseball game. Gee whiz, 'tis not that time of day. I hear the streetcars clang. I take a peek and watch it, know all faces in the gang. Then mumble in soliloquy, "I've said I wouldn't go, and all well know I mean it when I say, yours truly, no." Car after car goes jogging by, the steps are hanging thick. I don't feel well, and truly I am just about half sick. I pull the desktop down a lock and rush out through the hall to take the last car for the game in time to hear "Play ball." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ever Own a Camera? By Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. I used to own a camera, a Primo No. 2, all rigged out with a rubber bulb and curt contraptions new. Adjusting tripods, best device to give a sitting time, why, I could take a photograph that surely was sublime. I had more darn solutions, well, most every make that's known, to bathe the plate and then produce the picture with the tone. I think the outfit cost, at first, 'bout 22 or 3, with all complete, so's I could snap or time as I'd decree. And my, how I grew popular! Why, Sunday afternoon, on from the time that winter went, through April, May, and June, on up till chill October made the fields and forest bare, I was it, and in demand, here, there, and everywhere. No sylvan party was complete without me, 'twould be seen, accompanied, you'll understand, by my snapshot machine. Some fertile mind would figure out a trip by trolley line, where nature had outdone herself in blending superfine, where pretty backgrounds, grassy knolls, were shaped by master hand, so as to give to all mankind a setting simply grand. Of course the crowd was evenly divided, girls and boys, with cares all tossed windward and well shorn of world's noise, and never less than 10 or 12, more often a full score, all rigged out a la negligee, discussing rural lore. Of course I was the hero, as I owned the camera, and knowing my importance well, the streetcar fare I'd pay. It truly was amazing when we'd strike the grassy mound with evergreens and ivy vines to make the right background. To note Miss Belle artistic group the bunch romantically, and all would get their pictures took, except of course poor me. I never once remember of my being on the plate from which the proof was taken. 'Tis a sad thing to relate. But if I had, it might have spoiled the grouping, none will doubt, and some poor lad or lassie would be wrongly crowded out. Well, all complete, the dozen plates that I have brought along have all been timed, snapshotted, anyway to suit the throng. The atmosphere grows heavy like, the sun is sinking low, we all prepare for our return, and back to home we go. So having played the gallant all the livelong happy day, it's up to me, yours truly, on the car to pay their way. I'm asked a score or more of times as we are homeward bound, 'bout when you have them mounted, and you'll please send mine around. I'd like to have a dark one, please, not dark so's it would blur. Nellie likes the light one, you can send that kind to her. I'd like to have an extra one for Sisters Belle and Sue. My brother Jim in Florida would like to have one too. My guest from Pennsylvania, Miss Gwendolyn Day Lee, must have at least a dozen, as they're promised her by me. Solution costs so much per ounce, no plates are given free. Developing takes time and care, and all comes off of me. I've sold the Primo No. 2 for $7.64, just 16 short, and all in all, at least 100 more. Now all may own their cameras and snap and time and so, but to the sellers of the same, I give a learned no. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Christmas is Fine, But Oh My by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org. We waddle through the flowery months and summer months as well. We shamble through the autumn into the winter months pell-mell. Till now we find we're sharing old December's welcome cheer, and plainly hear the slogan that the Christmas time is here. Interpreting the slogan as it really ought to be, we see in boldest type these words, "It means a heap for me," as all our friends and kinfolk stand in one phalanxed array, a-thinking of the gifts they'll get from us on Christmas Day. Mother'll want a bonnet, sure, and father'll want cigars. Sisters, they want everything from belts to motor cars. Brothers, from the little ones to those to manhood grown, will all expect just what they need. They've made their wishes known. School day friends and playmates of the long, long time ago, on down to those of recent years, are smiling at us so, and bowing and kowtowing in a way we truly fear. And with each smile they seem to say, the Christmas time is near. We sit in mute seclusion, and as best we can we try to figure out the gross amount of all we'd like to buy. The recapitulation shows astounding facts sincere, and makes us wish that Christmas came about every 11th year. But facts are facts, and black is black, and white is always white. On every 12-month cycle there's a Christmas time, all right. And since our friends are legion, and the time's so cussed hard, we'll figure out the list and send a souvenir postal card. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Old Photograph by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria Fátima da Silva. Away back in the mists of time, when I, if ever was in my prime, I condescended one fine day to go the photographer's way and take the pose that he'd disclose to me. I rigged out in my tailored clothes, all things to match from head to toes, just right fresh from the barber shop, with smoothest shave and latest crop, and here I'll tell, I looked quite swell, for me. His price I still remember well, a special one to hear him tell, was 3 per 12, in dark and light. I gave the cash, and all was right. Cash in advance, he'd take no chance on me. I mind yet how he fixed the brace to hold my restless head in place, arranged my hands so dignified, one on my knee, one on my side, and placed my legs as stiff as pegs for me. He had my eyes gazed toward the hall, right at a knot-hole in the wall, then mentioned in a pleasing style, to neither smirk nor frown nor smile. He seemed perplexed and slightly vexed to me. I heard the instrument to click, that told me he had turned the trick, and all was o'er. I then relaxed, like one by hardest labour taxed. I felt quite fine that he'd a line on me. I ran across that photograph today. I found it while rummaging away amongst the treasures of the past. Right here I'll tell, I looked aghast. There's not a trace in form or face like me. My hair is done in oil, I vow, the way it hugs my peaceful brow. My eyes looked crossed, and I suppose they were from that stiff knot-hole pose, a-looking through at once with two, poor me. My face that even beams today, though I am wrinkled, old and grey, looks like as if my stomach pained. My pose in every way is strained. The arm, the limb, look, oh, so slim for me. There's inch-wide binding on my coat, my vest's cut high up round the throat, my pants, well, here I have to smile, skin-tight, an old bell-bottomed style. You all may laugh, that photograph of me. My people ask me, e'en today, to wend the photographer's way. So's they'd recall me should I go away from the dear world we know, but I see fit to answer, knit for me. If they're inclined to want my face to deck some loved or honoured place, why, let them wait until I'm dead, and bring an artist to my bed, then have at last a plaster cast of me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Proofreader by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. The proofreader sits in her split-bottomed chair, a relic of those of the past who sat there and smoked, and between thought and think would take a short walk and, of course, a long drink. But they're gone too. Well, that's not for us to decide, but to one or the other place across the divide. So this proofreader sits in her split-bottomed chair, a willowy lassie with autumn brown hair, and she scans all the proofs that the press room sends out, set up by lithe printers and those with the gout, and she burrows right through them with knowing-like air, correcting the balls that the printers put there. She inverts the slugs that were set upside down. She spells the word twin that the lino wrote town. She corrects miss to Mrs. and here to a her, and the word interfere to the right one, infer. Removes all the pylines as if it were sport, till the proof now resembles a weather report. Her work isn't one bed of roses and dew. She'll miss now and then, and by gosh it goes through. In cases whereat no real harm has been done, she's merely missed gin that by rights should be gun. The reader excuses and reads it as news. Just guesses, the lino ain't dropping its use. But wow, should some error take place in an ad that threatens to put Mr. Jones to the bad, by pricing his breeches at 4 cents a pair, that should have had dollars imprinted right there, and causes an avalanche down at his store by folks Mr. Jones never heard of before. Ah, here's where the publisher owner does sprint and spouts stuff that wouldn't look wholesome in print. Lines running thusly, $$FFG XXY would look long side of his spiel like a Sunday school book. That night this fair lady with autumn brown hair repairs to her couch for an 8-hour nightmare. And Morpheus taunts the poor creature, it seems, as here are the things that mixed up in her dreams. Jones, 4, scent pants, Mrs. Jones, pants, the Jones kids, pants, Jones bulldog, 4, Yaller Dog, pistol in hands of Jones, big pistol loaded, aimed at a proofreader, editor, owner, mad owner, type scattering, Babbitt, hot Babbitt coming her way, slugs, linos turning over, carton, long, 2 longs, Benton, stairs, smashing, more Jones pants, 4, 4, 4, cents, $, fire, police, Chapman, Scanlon, Wells, Davis, Jones, 4, pants. She madly awakens with fright and with sob, but at 8 in the a.m. is back on the job. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Suffrage Cause by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. First politician. Well, Brother Jones, it's up to us. The thing has gained submission. How can we solve it once for all, this suffrage proposition? You know, like you, I'm anti, but they hold this queer position. They've spieled to me in every way from smile to the petition. They tell they'll give unto my strength a wonderful addition, backed by their votes and winsome ways, their classic erudition. Till I confess they have me in an upper tree condition. I've tried to thwart them every way, by frown and admonition. By playing on each home tie, string alike the best musician. But they come back with arguments without one slight partition, and say that for all ills abroad they are the skilled physician, knowing that their co-ed laws will give the right nutrition. To ill-formed ones they choose to call the old Dark Age edition. I had to vote, and voted I hope without suspicion. And I suppose from this day on I'll do downright contrition, for half of my constituents will damn me to perdition. Second politician. Well, Brother Brown, I thought myself the one in all creation, bothered as I see you've been by your most frank citation. I'm mighty glad you've put the thing for my consideration. And to be frank, they've worried me, well, just like all tarnation. I've bucked their flankings every way, by biblical quotation. I've told them it would put the land in state of consternation, that womankind would heap upon itself a degradation. Why change the constitution as 'twould be of short duration? That they would want to turn again back to the old foundation, that woman should have faith in the good manhood of the nation. That if I'd vote for it at all, 'twould be just on probation, but darned my skin. The more I'd talk against their propagation, the more they'd come with arguments from newest constellation, and scatter my trite anti-stuff all o'er the whole plantation, by saving all their rapid fires for their last peroration. You know what Sherman said of war? Well, that's the situation. L'Envoy. The one who penned the lines above is tooth and nail
financed it. We'll bazoo from the state until election night against it. Then, should the women win, from that time on, they sure can trust us. We'll vote for women candidates from governor to justice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Uncle Henry Talks on Divorces by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by Kurt, from Tucson, Arizona. I've been reading in the papers where these husbands and these wives are always quarrelin', leading awful sorts of lives, just fighting like Killarney cats, and all the neighbors know. But it must be that these neighbors are a-hoeing the same row, as they never seem to mind it, though the quarrelers never blind it. I go to see the vaudeville, or most any other show, and they sing and play about it, sort o' common like you know, as if it were intended that a man and wife should fuss. But I'll say of me and Hester, it does not apply to us. Why, the very thought of fightin' would be witherin' and blightin'. Just take your city record, and be derned if it ain't tough to read of these divorces and this other damnin' stuff. Why, there are more divorces issued than there are deeds for real estate. It must be the devil's runnin' round this world of ours of late. And he hasn't lost his cunnin' as he's readin' while he's runnin'. And if I remember rightly, that blessed marriage service read that this binds you two together until one or t'other's dead. And when I said yes, I meant it, and my young bride meant it too, and we're tighter bound together than when married life was new. 'Course she's old and gray, I know it, so am I, and well I show it. There's a fault somewhere with someone, and I cannot understand why they don't sit down together and discuss the things at hand. Do like diplomatic fellers, make concessions here and there, and before the talk is ended, they'll be kissin' on the square. And that after poutin' kissin', gosh, they don't know what they're missin'. 'Course Hester has her tantrums, and away down in my heart I think it was intended that these tantrums do their part. But when I see one a-comin', I just mosey out the door and visit with the cattle, or do some pretended chore. And about the time it's over I come in and all is clover. And I ain't no white-winged angel, for I have my grumps at times when I don't feel like singing songs or running over rhymes. And Hester, well, she sees it, but she never bats an eye, just keeps on baking gingerbread and lemon custard pie. And when she asks me, try 'em, why, we both move up close by 'em. And they all could do just likewise, and be happy all the while, if they want so much for parties, and these seashore trips in style. Just plan with one another, each trying to do his best, and live like human beings, and let nature do the rest. Why, it ain't a bit of trouble, pullin' long together double. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Leus by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by Terry Murtha. He used to drive over the country roads in an old rim-tired affair he called a buckboard, and hauled along by an old string-halted mare that wouldn't have brought $12 cash if sold by the auctioneer. But the outfit served as a coach and four for Uncle Elias Greer, and he'd always give you a lift, and he'd say whenever you'd be going his way, it warmed the cockles of his good old heart to know he'd taken you full or part. By and by he disposed of his old rim-tired, and the one that took its steed was the highest grade of the wheelwright's art with a storm-proof top o'erhead, and the string-halt mare was replaced by a span of the swiftest steeds we knew. As he'd always used to do, he had one proverb, his own indeed. The better the boss, the higher the speed. A thank you, uncle, would always pay for the ride, and he'd have it no other way. We see him again in a fine auto in the roads that used to be, and plied with concrete smooth and wide, and his car runs true and free. When he'd overtake you going his way, he'd stop as he'd always done and give ye a lift with a graciousness that warmed like the springtime sun. We know of others who'll pass us by while we stand with longing, wistful eye, and they've room galore in their fine big car, go by with an air, just look who we are. But 'twas never thus with Elias Greer, who lately passed away, whose funeral hour was so sad to all that community holiday. His epitaph we opine will read, his mind could never drift from the fellowship of the helping hand, that always give ye a lift, and our fancy carries us farther on to the golden streets that he'll ride upon. His companions, the saints and angels fair, but the fellows who passed us by, not there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That Yaller Dog by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Terry Murtha. The family across the street from us is owner of a cur, who's chock-a-block with snarl and fuss and covered with a fur. A sort of freakish yellow like a sunbeam through a fog. In fact, the family across the street possesses a Yaller Dog. He'll sneak along the fence curb as pedestrians go by. He'll watch them till they've passed, and then he'll make an awful try, as far as you might reckon, to attach on to their heel, make a snap, then dodge away as slippery as an eel. At those who never notice him, he'll make a snap or two, but when Jai finds they know his whim is just to scare, he'll do the gracious thing by leaving them go peaceably by on their way. But the ones who give him notice, how he'll publish the affray. I sit and watch that cursed cur and have it brought to mind how many of his character among the humankind, who, if you give attention to their little snarls and snaps, they'd be constantly arranging for a series of mishaps. For let a fellow start to climb the narrow stair of fame, this yellow humanish canine will mark him as his game. But when he finds he's gained the place wherefrom he does command the admiration of the world, he's first to shake his hand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pole, It's Ours by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Terry Murtha. Well, we found it, the pole, or at least found the hole, where the pole tipped the top of creation. But when we got there, the hole was so bare. Mr. Pole was away on vacation, and when he went away from his frozen cafe, arranged in a manner exquisite, we can guess why he went, and he hadn't a cent, and Doc charges so much a visit. But we've planted the flag, and well can we brag that no one will e'er come to vex it, though this cold frozen north is not much worth, 'tis plain to be seen, we'll annex it. And when it's annexed, we'll be somewhat perplexed regarding its right disposition. 'Twill be happy for Taft, as he'll know that no graft will enter our new acquisition. There's one thing we know, the returns will come slow at election times, somewhat erratic, but really I hope, for this northern scope, that Pole State will go Democratic. And won't it be nice when the region of ice, found after so long a tryin', will send her first vote by sledges and boat to Washington, solid for Bryan? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Church End-Hog by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. His seat is in the center aisle, about halfway, I would count, between the blessed communion rail and the holy water fount. Though it may seem quite strange to state, he never comes to service late. 'Tis just the opposite with him, he's always first one in, as if he feels his chances slim as those enmeshed in sin. Yet, lay one measly fault aside, he's sorta halfway sanctified. He always sits with gracious smile and military pose, and holds the end seat all the while, yet bows and bends to those who, just for manners' sake, keep still, and smile a thin smile 'gainst their will. These bows and bends, now understand, are just for ladies who, unfortunately, do command a section of his pew. The men who wish to take a seat must wrestle with his knees and feet. We sit arear a seat or so, and watch him play his part, with so much militant ego, well learned and so by heart. We sympathize with him a bit, because he don't move in and sit. Post obitum. And now we see him, glory bound, in chariot of gold. We see the others gathered round, all pleased and rightly gold. The end seat now he'll gently scoff, for fear he might be jolted off. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wazzers by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Terry Murtha. There once was a time, a long, long while ago, when I could beat out a slow bunt and a bad throw, or puncture the ozone most every try, and no one could trim me misjudging a fly. But that, as I said, was so long, long ago, that none of the present-day players could know. I can't recollect, though my thoughts I condense, of putting the pellet clean over the fence, nor long on the scorecard my name ne'er would gleam as being the clean-up man best on the team. The home runs I made never helped swell the score, as my runs were for beans when the ball game was o'er. I know of a bunch, see them o'er at the game, who were right in my class or so nearly the same. Even yet, if you'd believe 'em, you'd think they could play. But I knew these lads in their palmiest day, and the only real game that they played well and won was the game of free lunch when the ball game was done. Yet they still sit and tell the boys down in the dust that they mustn't do this thing and this thing they must. And when a ball shoots at a cannonball gait, and the fielder in line makes a stop that is great, but drops and fails at retiring at first, these old never-wazzers yell out, "You're the worst!" A laddie comes up to the rubber and stands with his coveted willow encased in his hands, while a fellow with arms, Herculean in make, is putting them o'er, and I make no mistake when I tell you that ball's about the size of a pill, a compound cathartic or smaller one still. But the laddie strikes out, and the wazzers get gay, for they would have done it a different way. The visiting team, well, you'd guess they'd no right to think they should figure for once in the fight. But the home team wins out. They're the best team on earth. The visitors win, and our boys aren't worth a curse. End of poem.
I'll Take Mine by Trolley by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Some folks prate about the horse as one of man's best creatures, and riding back or stride of him as one of life's main features. But when I see him tearing down the street just like blue blazes, I simply say, well, all can have their special human crazes. Others, like the aeroplane, in skyward flights ascending, and sailing mongst above the clouds, find pleasure never ending. But when I see their wings of joy refuse to gyrate splendid, and transform into wings of death, my admiration's ended. Then again, there's others love the automobile's clamor, and tell with glee of punctured tire, and work with wrench and hammer. But when I note their skidding ways and turning turtle custom, and leaving sombre hues behind, I always will mistrust them. So automobiles, aeroplanes, and Mr. Horse go sailing. I'll watch you flying on your way, with never thought of wailing. Now don't mistake me that I'm dead in love with locomotion. I have my transportation fad that suits my every motion. That's the simple trolley car, so very seldom fickle, and carries you for mile on mile for Uncle Sammy's nickel, and leaves you off just where you want with Chesterfield precision, then onward jogs to all alike along its set division. You never quiz of gasoline, and rubber tires ne'er bother. Price of oats or corn or hay or one thing or another. All may ride their aeroplane or automobile, jolly, or back of 210 trotting lads, but I'll take mine by trolley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
You Should Take Your Time by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. We've read that famed old proverb, oft in prose and oft in rhyme, that reads procrastination is the wholesome thief of time. But those who've been observant and who've studied man and clime well know 'tis oft quite prudent for to take your time. For instance, you watch a horse go sailing down the track without a break. You picture him a winner, and you want to make a stake. But strike the confidential with the bookie so sublime, he's liable to whisper, just you take your time. The deal is consummated, you've 3 acres full on jacks. You shove your chips to center, wish you'd half a dozen stacks. But another man's 4 deuces on the showdown looks so prime, and you wish as you walk homeward that you took your time. You go to some swell function as some other fellow's guest. The music is entrancing, and you're feeling at your best. You're posing none too plumely as a personage sublime, when some fellow calls you piker. You should take your time. You go to church on Sunday, strut down the middle aisle. You sure are some pumpkins, all would judge you by your style. But when asked a contribution and you haven't got a dime, then you'll recall the maxim, you should take your time. You note a winsome lady strolling down the avenue, gowned in height of fashion from the hat on to the shoe. You hint a small flirtation and you're sorry for your crime as the husband uppercuts you. You should take your time. 100 illustrations we could cite if cite we would, when this old time-worn saying is no goodest of no good. So we'll suggest this new one if you'd hit the proper chime. In case where doubts existing, you should take your time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Knocker by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. You can tell him the minute he enters the stand. The knocker. As he leisurely plods down the aisle, feeling grand, this knocker. His deep basso voice is well tuned for the day, his worn-out old lingo is brought into play, most any occasion he's there with his say, this knocker. He knocks on the man who has charge of the team, the knocker. He kicks on the pitcher for shortage of steam, this knocker. A hot one worms through the infield for a hit. An outfielder muffs a line drive for it lit. A catcher's passed ball, he is due for a fit. This knocker. The management surely comes in for a chair, from knocker. Their tightwads and short skates don't use their men fair, says knocker. Their salaries paid are entirely too small, the price of admission's too high, he'd install an up-to-date system where he playing ball. Our knocker. The streetcar arrangements are plunk on the bum, says knocker. The vendors of Cracker Jack pop chewing gum. per knocker, should not be allowed to parade through the stand, a-yelling their wares, and were he in command, he'd see that such dealers would rightly be banned. Sir Knocker. Thank heavens, his visits are made once a week, this knocker, and not every day is he licensed to speak, this knocker. Should he come every day, we will tell on the square that we know scores of fans who would never be there, as he gets on the nerves of the ones who play fair, Sir Knocker. We hope for he leaves for his eternal home, this knocker, that age and observings may mellow him some, old knocker. Of course we don't know what our sentence may be, when our precious souls from these bodies are free, but if he's the same in the eternity, and his lot is heaven, please, please excuse me, Sir Knocker. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Teddy's Out by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Teddy's back, of course you knew it, cutting up his pranks again. I'd na thought she'd beat him to it, roared and belched, grew quiet when Theodore came marching by, with his big stick flaunted high. 12 long months down in the jungle, just a word came now and then. Ripped and safe when in his bungle, oh, and free from beast and men. Course it ne'er would rightly do to keep still till his trip was through. Came to Egypt, saw the Sphinx and pyramids and brave Khedive. Made a speech before the grandstand just to start things 'fore he'd leave. Did it well, and for reward had from then a bodyguard. On to Rome, like brave Attila, made engagements in advance. One to call at Peter's villa, if in perfect concordance with his wishes. Hark, a thud! Stirs his Amsterdamish blood. From the Vatican there comes the laws that rule the visitors, but they do not suit this Teddy, others' modes he well abhors. Likes to stalk the whole blamed world, with his ego flag unfurled. Says, to Hades with all restrictions, I will act just as I please, but he'll never change convictions of these reverend DDs. Same old saying, always true, in Rome, do as the Romans do. But of course we will excuse him, coming in from jungle land. Etiquettes a time refuse him, open paths to courts so bland. Hope he gets a few more raps, 'twill bring him back to earth, perhaps. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The First Christmas I Remember by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. The first Christmas I remember, well, 'twas quite a spell ago. I recall it so distinctly, all except the mistletoe. But that parasite just then, to a chap of 8 or 10, wouldn't figure with the sweetmeats that were lined up in a row. The first Christmas I remember is the sweetest yet to me, as I got one certain present that o'erwhelmed my heart with glee. I can see it yet today, though it's long since gone the way of most every Christmas present. Of the wearable degree, 'twas a deep brown shiny derby with an eyelet in the top, and well, I can't describe it, but I know I would not swap that exquisite joy I'd then for the wealth of all the men who are the bulls and bears of Wall Street, that paternal bucket shop. I've had Christmas after Christmas to go by without a stop, and am pleased to say enjoyed them with the best that's in the shop. But none e'er appealed to me, here's where one and all agree, as the Christmas of the Derby with the eyelet in the top. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
You're okay, Miss Hobble by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. First we didn't like the Hobble when it came our way. Now we find we've changed opinions. Hope it's come to stay. Think they've made a real hit. Ever notice how they fit? Once we couldn't understand just how the thing was planned, as regards the taking care of petticoats so grand. those that shine and rustle so and look so pretty, don't you know? We had always learned to think that underskirts, really were necessary. Didn't you think, S.P.? Thought the trousseau not complete without them dangling 'bove the feet. Seems as how we've been mistaken. Underskirts are gone. All adjustings for the hobbles. Gird your bloomers on. They must fit like an athlete's shirt, so's not to crease the hobble skirt. Little awkward when ascending stair steps and the like, or hopping crossed some 4-foot mud poles out along the pike. But when calves are shapely and stockings right, the skirts are grand. Several reasons that we like them. First, the cost is small, and the price for bloomer makings hardly counts at all. About $1.60 when made without embellishments. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Close-Fitting Skirt by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Velma Karras. July 2018, California. Seen it? No. To tell the truth, 'tis quite a task to see it rightly. One hates to stare like some mad youth, and then again, it fits so tightly. Now if the girl be tall and spare, and skirty fits around the square, it looks, her pardon I must beg, 'bout like a good-sized breeches leg. Fleshy folks will all be glad, because it shows their real dimensions. Then as to what they have or had, the skirt will settle all dissensions. We family chaps will welcome it, not just because we like the fit, but simply that the cost of such can only be but half as much. It surely will work havoc on dressmakers and the lady tailors. No ruffles, pleats, or tucks anon than on our natty summer sailors. All in the world you have to do is take about a yard or two, double width, sew on the band, a bottom hem, and all is grand. All hail the skirt, straight up and down, and fitting close. It is a beauty. It beats the bunchy, hobbled gown, and drives the parachute from duty. Every dry goods dealer should, of course, condemn the hardihood of him or her who groomed the style. No more 'tis dress goods by the mile. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Harem Skirt by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. We've seen it. It has our OK. We guess it is a comer. We'll venture 'twill be working gay before the end of summer. We cannot understand just why they're raising such a hue and cry because it's Oriental. As in these up-to-date-ish days of we don't give a damnish ways, who cares the Continental? Let those of us who can recall the styles and rightly tell 'em. Styles of winter on to fall in days so ante-bellum. We see the hoop skirt, big and wide, worn by our grandmamma with pride. And we, as the narrators, can see her in the minuet, exposing pants with frills to let a-dangling to her gaiters. And these dear girls before the war were just as much for fashion as lassies nowadays, maybe more, and master hands at mashing. The pantalettes they sported then were not repulsive to the men, we know we're speaking truly, as she who wore the deepest frills was never sitting through quadrilles, and led the grand march duly. And now, Abdul Hamid Harem Skirt, you have our firm approval, but to the wearer will assert, be careful on removal. That is, guard well 'gainst cold and cough, whene'er you take the wool ones off, when spring proclaims her diction. And girls, if you see fit to wear the harem skirt, Go buy a pair. Is pair a fact or fiction? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sign of Spring by M.I. Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. We've seen the birds migrating north, heard robins sing for all they're worth. We've felt the balmy breezes from the silvery Rio Grande. Those wise boys who know each degree of every breeze of land or sea will mention with a knowing air that spring is now at hand. They'll see the lightning's forked flash that starts the thunder drums to clash, and this along in early March before St. Patrick's Day. Then start at once to twirl o'er the early spring of '84 that set in just like this one did, the same precocious way. Thou watch the buds begin to swell, thou spy the green in yonder dell, thou note a languid feeling that they rarely are without, thou keep their ear close to the ground to hear that never falling sound, the hollow cough, and then thou know 'tis spring beyond a doubt. But when some night as they repose, old Boreas shoots out some blows, and Mr. Jackson Frost decides he'll take another chance. They've waked to find their prophecies have looped the loop, but still at ease. They say 'tis rather hard to guess the weather in advance. As far as we're concerned ourselves, we'll put no woolens on the shelves, because the sun bursts through the clouds and hits us all at once, nor just because the thunder rolls in lightning prognostic souls. We will be tempted, nix, not us, to pull these simple stunts. The birds that want to fly northwise from southern suns and southern skies may fly as far as they may like, that's up to them. But when the birds are all in perfect tune, and roses tell the month is June, why then we'll all agree that spring has come and gone again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Office Roller Towel by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. We're bidding goodbye to the old roller towel that hung to its moorings longside of the sink, where Fritz, Pat, and Hal onto Sandy McDowell were wont to be drying from water to ink. The grease from the oilers, the rust from the boilers, served well as the soilers of towel, we think. Day in and night out it performed well its mission, and sounded the same on each yank at the side. Will not bring out detail regarding condition, except a few statements that should be applied. The half-washed defacings, the nicotine tracings, and nose-wipe disgracings with which it was dyed. How oft have we grasped it, with eyes that were stinging, from soap suds charged with acute alkali, and find our old standby just right for a ringing, instead of inviting a patron to dry. But it did its mission, without inquisition regarding conditions or questioning why. And now it departs from its time-honoured station, and hies to the dump on oblivion's shore, with knowledge at hand that it's wiped all creation, and sighs with relief that its duties are o'er. In curt retrospections it counts the dejections and numbers infections it's caused by the school. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Doddridge Reminiscing by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. As we pedal to rhyme on the cycle of time, and reel off life's joys and its sorrows, 'twould not be amiss for an odd reminisce why always to-days and to-morrows. I get as much good as most any one could. In fact, I most deem it a bounty. So turn to the days of our fights and our plays at Greenwood in old Doddridge County, where I see Wycliffe be, full of jolliest glee, advising that none make a blunder, but live all the time. If you'd spend an odd dime for a bottle of his Greenwood's Wonder. I'm down at the mill by the side of the rill that was run by the old man O'Donnell, an Irishman he, of the second degree, third cousin to Daniel O'Connell. I look up the track towards the summit and back, and I see father stand at attention, with a flag in his hand, the fast mail to command, and 40 per month was his pension. I fancy Jim Shaw, with his trousers seat tore, where Robert Damascus had ripped 'em, in their half-an-hour bout, until both men played out. Then I see Bob go down when Jim tripped him. There's Jimmy McGraw with his pipe in his paw, with his stories of banshees and fairies, and our own little welt from the evergreen belt, and Dotson's near cursed with contraries. Then joining our farm and so void of all harm is our hard-working friend Jimmy Carter, Benninger's Dokes, and the Shaughnessy folks, and all with a plentiful larder. Hick Waldo and Gun from across on Gum Run, and Uncle Ben Welsh with his swappers. Then old Peter Myers with his anvil and pliers, renowned as a spinner of whoppers. Then Winfield L.E. Fritz, I can see as he sits, and this sitting he did with much pleasure. And Billy Clark, he who made coffins with glee, whenever you'd bring him a measure. How they'd sit round the store, when their day's work was o'er, and point out the laws for correction, vote early and late, and usually straight, the result half and half in complexion. Then the women so true, I remember them too, I see them just ever so plainly, when they'd gossip or praise, as it suited their ways, and their ways were the praising ways mainly. When with pleasure I spy the boys older than I, and onto the babe of the section, there was none real bad, as not one ever had to be sent to the house of correction. And now the dear girls with their bustles and curls, a bunch of the winsomest misses, they'd each have a beau, whom they'd love well you know, but my they were stingy with kisses. Now when we're all gone to the mystic beyond, 'fore we go may our sins be forgiven, and I know I'll feel great, if I get through the gate, to meet the whole crowd up in heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fellow Who Peddles the Books by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Philip Gould. The Fellow Who Peddles the Books. If ever there was one poor creature who's travelled the famed rocky road, whose specialty was the whole feature that added the weight to his load. 'Tis he who's our friend if we knew it, as much so as competent cooks. We state this, and never will rue it, the fellow who peddles the books. He starts with digested prospectus and language of smoothest degree. His trade is, of course, to infect us with thoughts of the literary. His countenance beaming a splendor, and clean spick and span in his looks, he's there as the sage's defender, this fellow who peddles the books. He softly a threshold approaches, he gives a meek ring of the bell. Milady will quiz, "Who encroaches?" and yells like a maniac, "Well, who's there?" When she sees it's a stranger, she'll guess a precursor of crooks. He answers, "Why, madam, no danger. I'm merely a peddler of books." As soon as she's learned his dire mission, biff bang goes the door with a smash. The lad of the calloused condition moves on with the same sunny dash, as if the reception, as stated, put coin in his wallet's deep nooks. To such an extent it inflated the fellow who peddles the books. Bell after bell he will jingle. Sales? Yes, he'll make quite a few. Whene'er with the lower folk he'll mingle. We hope we are talking to you. Miss? Yes, he'll miss them in numbers. But these things ne'er pallor his looks, nor put a nightmare in his slumbers, those slumbers of him of the books. We'll ne'er put a card in our transom that reads, "You book agents come in," male or female, young and handsome, or aged and ugly as sin. But this without equivocation we'll say, in our den there're no hooks, to jerk from his equilibration the fellow who peddles the books. We dream. The sleep god shows the city, with gates of the golden and white. Our sin-tainted soul says, "A pity, our lot is eternity's night." We list to the angelic voices, we see the saints, know from their looks, and the saint who most suavely rejoices is the fellow who peddled the books. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mary Ellen Dwyer by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. Her father, Tom Dwyer, from the county Mayo, had married Anne Burke from the county Tyrone. On all sides their pedigree white as the snow. In all their connections no rascal was known, and we've run back their lines to be sure this is true, to the time of the Dane and brave Bryan Boru. She had 5 big brothers. Let's see, there was James, Thomas and Timothy, Matthew and Paul. Thoroughly sensible, biblical names. And she was called plain Mary Ellen, that's all. Ellen, what name of a higher degree, except perhaps Mary, the star of the sea? Well, Mary, of course, the one girl of the flock, was humoured and petted, and spoiled, so they say. She never ran short if the dressmaker's stock would amply supply her in every way. Her parents seemed swayed by her every while, and her brothers well saw her in latest of style. James was a merchant and prospered as such. Matthew and Timothy took to the law. Paul was an artist with exquisite touch, and Thomas a priest without blemish or flaw. And each in his turn scaled the ladder of fame, proud in one fact of the Dwyer to their name. Mary was sent to academies best, drank in the English, digested it too, Latin and German and French and the rest. That makes one a linguist so thorough and true. Took highest honors in music and art, there's no one denying that Mary was smart. On came commencement, that coveted day. That boy or that girl, when they're first on the list, receive their prized laurels of victory. Yes, there are some who these laurels have missed. But Mary was robed as a conquering queen, and acted her part in sublimest of mien. Parents and brothers were surely on hand, and held seats of honor, the very front row. The exercise program they carefully scanned, and think of their horror, yes, think of their woe, when their Mary Ellen's name failed to appear upon either page. We are talking sincere. Matthew and Timothy, lawyers and fine, looked it all o'er from the first to the last. Paul, the great artist, surveyed every line. Then Thomas, the priest, rightly looked on aghast. James and the parents all failed to evoke aught, but Mary Ellen had played them a joke. The curtain goes up, and the program is on. The salutatorian makes the first bow. Then everything as per schedule is done by talent the best nature e'er could endow. The valedictorian closes, and sir, guess who this lady was? May Nell Dewar. Sessions by Dwyers were held right away. Parents and sons were in deepest chagrin. May Nell was called for her part in the play. Thomas, the father, was madder than sin, and swore by St. Patrick he'd never concur to will e'en 1 cent to this May Nell Dewar. Sons and the mother were just as strong set, showed where she'd caused them to blush red with shame. And May, well, you'd not lose a cent if you'd bet. She lost no time striking the French from her name, and now she considers no compliment higher than having her mail addressed, Mary E. Dwyer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Matinee Girl by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. The Matinee Girl is right with us once more, just as buoyant and chipper and sweet as of yore. With that same carefree face set with coquettish eye, we fess she looks good as she passes us by. We love her, we're honest and telling the truth, when we say, though no more we are quite in our youth. We like every frolic and fashion and fad that goes with a girl who is matinee mad. We like her curt pose as she strides down the aisle, her cheery hand clap, and her giggle and smile. And though fogies knock on her manner and dress, they're rightly refreshing to us, we confess. We look on and smile when the matinee's o'er, as she'll coyishly glance towards the stage entrance door, to see if her idol, no matter his age, is as cute on the street as he is on the stage. Again we have noticed, though 10 in a bunch, when they move towards the drugstore for lightest of lunch. They'll crowd round one table, no matter how small, to be served as they order or not served at all. And though they agree as to tastes on the show, on the way he proposed and the way she said no, and the way that the villain went down o'er the slope, no two of them order the same kind of dope. And 'tis pleasant to list to the chit-chat of these in their talkings of hymns and discussings of his. And we like every wit of their cackle and noise, all chattering at once of the show and the boys. We know this dear girl, and we've looked her well o'er for the last 20 years, or perhaps a few more. And we're proud when we note she's as pretty today as the girl that we knew 'fore our hair turned to grey. As giddy and just as much right in the whirl as her mother was back when she was a girl. And though that same mother is prettier now, with her matronly form and deep furrowed brow, we'll tell of her girls she liked matinees too, enjoyed them as rightly as any of you. When she grew determined, was thoroughly bent on seeing the show if it took our last cent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When We're Trimmed by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by Maria de Fátima da Silva. The time was not so long ago. We thought ourselves the whole blamed show for sundry different reasons. The one, no playlet anywhere was it unless ourselves were there, as we could do the thing for fair in any of the seasons. To try and put a thing across without our presence meant a loss. No festival was complete. No choir could start right on the beat. Without our initiative, no one could play the blackface part, or dash the Irish off by heart, or spiel the German from the start. Their minds were uncreative, and none in after-dinner speech or dialect were in our reach. The pencil shovers of the press would always place a special stress upon our smart renditions. And when it came to politics, we had the bulge on Dutch and Mix in showing old heads winning tricks who posed as politicians. In fact, we knew this old world wept when we took to our couch and slept. We woke, our pipe was out, and we were aught but in a reverie. The cold facts loomed before us, we scanned the weekly doings through, and they were not a stingy few. And comments paid to actors new were anything but porous. In fact, to tell the mighty truth, we read The Aptitude of Youth. We saw where Billy Jones's role in dialect was bout the whole thing in smart recitation along the Hoosier Yankee line. And Johnny Robinson was fine in darky stunts, and Will O'Brien in Irish Beat the Nation. The program from the first to last far excelled those of the past. We turned to politics and saw where that a fellow named Henshaw, a juvenile 'twas mentioned, had swept our ward from stern to stern without pretension or concern, though we had cash and cash to burn, and used it well-intentioned. We pinched ourselves a little bit, asked who is who and who is it. We read about a festal board and wine the finest ever poured, and down the handled glasses, ran through each after-dinner talk, where pathos and best wit did stalk, and all pulled off without a balk. Which pleased the younger classes. We saw where some raw amateur read verse on verse of poem pure. We're glad we looked that paper through. We greet these champions so new, and hand the laurels over, because 'twas ever thus, and we are not unlike humanity. We played our part to best degree, and like the beaten lover, we shake our rival's hand at least, and dance long at his wedding feast. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What Becomes of Our Tillies by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. We sent Tilly off to the college to learn elocution and art, with music and culture all knowledge that makes one attractive and smart. And during the time she was going, and home now and then for a spell, how proud we all were in the knowing she did her turn willing and well. She played the old masters just splendid, her painting to us was divine, and while she of course ne'er pretended her modes of expression were fine, one study as well as the other, it seemed not an effort to please, and things that to some such a bother were rendered by Tilly with ease. We lived in her future, just waiting that wished for and coveted day when we would all cease contemplating how Tilly would sing and would play. Even though we were sure her rendition would be as the best in the class, the qualm with acute premonition had caused us to fear for the lass. But how our quaint qualms went asunder when Tilly appeared in her role! We sat much in awe and in wonder, and deep from our innermost soul made known to ourselves and all others that she was the best of the lot, the pride of her sisters and brothers, with parents o'erwhelmed on the spot. It cost, but who cares what it cost us? The realization offset all care for the money she lost us. At once we were glad to forget that she was expense, yes, or trouble, accomplished and happy and mild. In fact, our investment paid double, if we could speak thus of our child. She played and she sang and recited, at home, at the concert or hall. Her hearers at all times delighted to say she was queen of them all. Her paintings won all the first prizes, her china was classed all alone, and manifold were the devices to rob her, of course, of her throne. First this one came out and competed for honors in music and art, and others with studies completed made bids for her laurels des arts, while hundreds made futile endeavor, and futile it was we declare, to eclipse her voice, but no never, none could with Tilly compare, until bold Dan Cupid assailed her with weapons so wheedling and true, he let go a dart that impaled her like legions of others, and too, our Tilly showed naught of resistance, but seemed to be happy impaled. She wed, and how short was the distance back since bold Cupid assailed. Just now she is Mistress McCarty, and lives in O'Rafferty's flat, with husband big, handsome, and hearty, and 6 new McCartys at that. She sings while she washes the dishes, she paints the wainscoting and floor, recites any time that she wishes, and plays while she answers the door. The violin solos forgotten, her folio crumbling with age, her paintbrush and palette are rotten, she ne'er quotes from poet or sage, her books are all shelf-worn and musty, piano untuned and unknown, her canvas is wrinkled and dusty, her voice, well, we'll leave that alone. So here is what happens our Tillies, who come home accomplished and wise, they meet with our Tommies and Willies, and play the exchanging of eyes. The ones who have done these exchangings, who've played leading parts in the game, know well there are other arrangings. But tell us, is Tilly to blame? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pompous Flynn by Ignatius BRENNAN. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Pompous Flynn, sacred to the memory of James Flynn, known as Pompous, departed this life June the 30th, 1910. Total loss, no insurance. He says, along about July or August or September, a good-sized policy I'll buy. You help me to remember. So come around, but do not bore me if you see me busy, and though I'm merely talking o'ersides with Lizzie, or on my way to see the game, or chatting with a neighbour, or telephoning some old flame, or rightly down to labour. Just let me have my good old time, and I'll try and remember that on your wagon I will climb, not later than September. Now this was long about Patrick's Day, within the month of blizzards that test your frame in every way, from bellows to gizzards. Underwriter bluffed of course, went on his way lamenting, soliloquizing could be worse, how few we meet consenting to buy the best thing in the land when kindly peddled to them, but try and make you understand that you are there to do them. Well, old July came rolling in. The underwriter hurries to keep his date with Pompous Flynn, who hates insurance worries. But Pompous just the night before was learning aviation. The motor quit almighty roar, and all was consternation, and all therein were scared thereby, as Dan the monster started. Another crack, another sigh, the mighty bag has parted. They hit the ground an awful smash. No physical endurance could stand this most concussive crash. Flynn died without insurance. Moral: we have legions of Flynns. Are you one of them? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Percy Cranium by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. In memory of Percy Cranium, born July 4, 1885, died July 4, 1910, a perfect sphinx for his years, just as mysterious and as firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. The underwriter starting out in fairly good condition bumps into Percy Cranium, a stiffish proposition. He asks forgiveness at the start with most profound contrition, having dared to call on him, he of such erudition. The first thing he explains, of course, is purpose of his mission. He shows a 20-payment life, which accident addition. He shows him every feature, then explains the small tuition that is required to turn the trick, then names a good physician. Who'll look him o'er, and though he be a Scotchman or Venetian, he knows he'll feel much better with completed requisition. He played on every string he knew, just like a good musician, but Cranium could not be switched from his well-set position. The agent hiked, and Percy laughed to scorn his meek petition, and said, "Why, that man is a fool, the very last edition." While Percy loved the gasoline of strongest recognition, the auto's chug was melody to him without partition. One evening in the month of May, he and the politician were driving at a rapid rate as to defy submission. The road was damp, the auto skid without a premonition. Adown the deep and dark abyss, and their bland intuition would say that Percy's up on high or floundering in perdition. We knew and know him well, though dead he lives. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mr. Pomposity by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org. His stride down the street is the important sort, his brows drawn as if deep in thought. A facial gyration will ofttimes distort his features, though perhaps meaning naught. A facial gyration will ofttimes distort his pure affectation. And others will say that the knit in the brow is simply a pose. Maybe, goodness knows, but we never could guess why he'd use it, somehow. You call at his office for this thing or that. Your card must proceed you, of course. He cons. Is it business or is it chat? For what does he want, this discourse? But he's so busy, his head's always dizzy and filled up with matters of oh so much weight, 'tis simply astounding the way he keeps pounding away at his tasks from the sunrise till late. He's known, and he gloats over the fact that he is, as the busiest man in the town. Appointments with him must be strictly for biz, and in this line he's there with the crown. And he ne'er takes vacation of shortest duration, though others may go to the mountain or shore. He works on routinely, and figures quite keenly on 20% and wishing for more. He knows every stock, and he knows well its worth. He knows when to buy and when not. Familiar with finance to ends of the earth, all else to his brain is pure rot. While you talk to honey, he's doping on money, and while other folk are at ball game or show, He's doting on earnings with selfish-like yearnings, these yearnings that transfer your locks to the snow. No one would invest, say, to any amount without asking this man's advice, and of course if the buy was of any account he'd always wedge in on a slice. Those knowing him splendid would say his work ended whenever his poor nature demanded a rest. Even then in his sleeping we're told he'd be keeping the sleep god a watch for a chance to invest. One day it was noted the 8 o'clock bell found Mr. Pomposity's chair vacant, and inquiry brought back not well, and the doctor suggests change of air. But while thus arranging for this climate changing, the nurse well detected a shortening of breath. The messenger entered, with every dart centered, direct in the heart by this true archer, Death. It is funeral service, last Tuesday at 9. The sermon was short and concise. The soloists sang in their style superfine, and of course at their regular price. The mourners looked saddened. Some say they were gladdened. His business place opened next morning on time. His splendid successor is a finance professor, with every new method progressive and prime. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Was Truly a Faddist by Ignatius Brennan, read for LibriVox.org by phone. She was a faddist, Kitty Crews, though, side from that, alert and pretty. Extremes of fashion, just her views, and looked exactly right, thought Kitty. It seems as if she'd dreamed the plates of all the latest up-to-dates, long, long before the slower set betook themselves to thinking yet. You mind when all wore pointed toes, the finer point the best creation? Well, Kitty had a score of those, in shades to suit most any nation. She too had colored hose to suit her every shade of pump or boot. A change of styles meant wholesome news to our extremist, Kitty Crews. Again, take merry widow hats, the widest ones, correct for Kitty. Reposing on extensive rats, well, we'll confess she looked quite pretty. But seeing her at the matinee, when all the ladies did display those hats that give the men a fit, the smallest headpiece sat on Kit. The Hobble skirt had scarce been planned when Kitty waltzed down street right in it. It surely classified her, and, we said again, right to the minute. Then let Dame Fashion change her theme to just the opposite extreme. Why Kitty doffed the tabooed one, and put the very latest on. You'd guess, of course, when Kitty'd fall in love 'twould be with one as nobby. Not so, she picked on John McFall, reverse of fops and those so snobby. Now John was one of these who when a style was going out, why then he always got quite busy and went in and bought the last on hand. No peg-top pantaloons for John, no pointed toes of gaudy hewings, no loose-cut coat thrown rakish on, nor full dress at the evening's doings. He'd wear no fuzzy-wuzzy hats, nor flashy-colored loud cravats, until the time they'd spent their force, and then he bought the bunch, of course. The sages who've watched Cupid's ways all tell us that to mate correctly, wed our opposites, we praise those men for speaking circumspectly. And if two ever lived who took their lessons from the rival book, these were the real two, all said, with John and Kitty loved and wed. Well, time went by and little Johns and little Kittys came to bother, and to love and be loved ones, the girls were all just like their father, oddish in their dress and mien, the boys, alike Dame Fashion's queen, their mother, style to the last cent, always broke or badly bent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Running for Office by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Trey Houck. Running for office. Ever a candidate? No? Why, old man, there's something you've missed. Now, as quick as you can, pick out some good office you'd like to attain, and then cut right in with your might and your main. Don't pick something small and worth nothing at all. Save honor, though honor is some pumpkins too, when your fortune is made and your troubles are through. But honor to one with a family of 8, and pork chops at 30 the pound, butcher's weight, is, well, it's alright, but the job I'd suggest is the one where work's lightest, and salary best. Now, well, we'll just say state auditor, eh? To get this, you send your announcement statewide to all daily papers and weeklies beside. You ask them to run it, they answer just fine, though add, advertisements are 10 cents a line. But since through this ad you may pull down a prize, we'll set it in type of a different size, like 10 point for instance, the sort that we use for meetings and other political news. And here we will state, our directors of late have put special stress on the candidate's rate. And that is, they first find the size of your pile, and then set the price at a figure worthwhile. Now, say an event that your money came soft, and they'd heard you'd been touched in how easy you coughed. In cases like these, European in plan, 50 and up, or as much as they can. And then you let go of your first bunch of dough. The announcement is spread to the 4 winds, and then on come the letters from prominent men, suggesting you write, say, to John Henry Smith, and let me add here this John Henry's a myth, and have him to see all the delegates who do the Convention Act, tried men and true, instructing them rightly and binding them tightly, for you to the last without any release. Of course this will cost you, oh, so much apiece. Ballot on ballot proceeds till at length you hear where you might gain a little more strength by seeing a Bill Jones from the county of Clay. This seeing is done in the usual way. He's seen, they proceed, each staunch county to read, commencing with A in the time-honored way, till the leather-lunged clerk calls the county of Clay. Right here Jones makes good as he'd promised he'd do, announcing the county goes solid to you. Then on down the list of the counties they go, till your most bitter rival well knows they're no show. When some bassoed fellow yells out with a fuss, I move that we make it unanimous. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The 4th of Old July by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. Our poets gave us songs about our heroes, old and young. We sing them with a fervor and with sentiment a-strung. We tell the praise in joyous lays, so pleasant e'er to hear, of those who gave their lives to save our liberty so dear. We laud our soldiers of the sword, who fought on land and sea, who did their fullest duty in the bravest of degree. We take no laurel from their brows, nay, nay, we twine them high, but give the same to those who gave us 4th of old July. 100, yes, and 38 long years have passed away since dear old Independence Hall was decked in flowers gay, when sturdy men pledged honor then, and life and fortune too, not for applause, but for the cause of liberty so true. Today we take the stars and stripes and fling them to the breeze, and shout their praises long and loud in proudest ecstasies. Our prayer today is may this spirit ne'er be doomed to die, but stronger grow as time goes on each 4th of old July. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Those Gallant Boys in Blue by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. When strife and chaos well prevailed from 1861, when our dear standard was assailed and old Fort Sumter's gun announced to all the world the fact and called for men so true, who answered to that quickened call and pledged their lives, their wealth, and all, those gallant boys in blue. We're with them down at Petersburg, on dear Virginia's plain. We're with them up at Gettysburg, in Penn's sylvan domain. We're with them at Antietam, that awful field of gore, at Lookout Mountain, Vicksburg too, till Appomattox brought to view, back in those days of yore. We see them in that former day, the pride of all the land, in march and camp and in the fray, so brave, so true, so grand, with step so light and eye so keen, their country's flag to save, determination in their heart, and steel to do a gallant part, or fill a soldier's grave. Today we see those splendid men of 50 years ago. We watch them on their march again, their step has changed to slow. Their ranks are thinned, their form is bent, their eye is far from true, each with a garland that he'll lay upon a comrade's grave today, a comrade, boy in blue. 1861 to 1911. We're with the gallant boys in blue, half a century ago. We watch them march to music true, forward to face the foe, their every fiber tingling with a spirit, do or die, to fight with might their cause of right, that cause of liberty. We see their forms erect and grand, their shoulders firm and wide, their agile limb and deftest hand, we see our country's pride. In uniform of truest blue, with musket and the sword, and filled knapsack upon their back, all ready for the word. We hear the bugle's call, to arms, we hear the firm command, we watch them charge midst war's alarms, with bravery so grand. We see them in the burning sun, and winter's frost and snow, till sweet-winged peace brought their release, near 50 years ago. We've watched their ranks, on since that day, grow thinner year by year. We've seen their hair transform to gray, their step to halt and veer. No more does martial music bring them back to fields of gore, or army life, or scenes of strife in those dread days of yore. Today we watch the country's pride of 50 years ago. We see them marching side by side, but not to face the foe. Instead they tread to solemn strains with choicest flowers of May, to deck the grave of their dead brave this blessed Memorial Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This 4th of July by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. From the wave-beaten coast of the raging Atlantic to the peace and the calm of Pacific's bright shore, from His Majesty's realm to old Mexico, frantic, our colors are waving so peacefully o'er. And the spirit of war that is rife in the air, in Europe, in Asia, and most everywhere, is not our lot, thanks to the good God on high. We're at peace with the world on this 4th of July. Today we run back through our history's pages to days when our country was weeping and wan, to the day when that band of illustrious sages said to the oppressor, "We bid you be gone," said, "We pledge our lives and our fortunes as well, that henceforth we're freemen." Then Liberty's bell from old Independence Hall sent to the sky the sweet chimes of freedom that 4th of July. We're with them in spirit 5 years through the valleys and over the mountains, through oak and the pine, in victories, routs, in defeats, and in rallies from Ticonderoga to old Brandywine, Savannah to Boston, and on to that day at Yorktown that well marked the end of the fray, when England's proud hosts ran the white flag on high, establishing truly our 4th of July. This is our day, and we ever will treasure it as a prized heritage, sacred and true. This is our day. We rejoice without measure, and fling from the housetops the red, white, and blue. This is the day we're Americans all. United we stand, not divided to fall. One bound fraternity none can untie. Here's to our country, this 4th of July. 1915. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Memorial Day by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Scatter the garlands on each grave alike, a rose for the blue and a rose for the gray, in each a lily so pure and so white, on this day of peace, Memorial Day. Seal up the book of the radical pen. Clasp tight the hand in this flowery May, apart in opinions, together as men. Leave the past with the past on this hallowed day. Each green mantled grave holds the dust of a man who fought for a cause that he thought to be true. Today, though we know of no party or clan, and make no distinction between gray and the blue. As he who was clothed in the garbing of blue, and he who was garbed in the clothing of gray, long since bridged the breach that divided the two, and who dared to ask, was the suit blue or gray? 1915. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. This 4th day of July by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. While other skies are streaked with red and rivers crimson dyed, death messengers afloat o'erhead, death dealers 'neath the tide, while widowed and the orphan pray hostilities might die. We're in profoundest peace today, and ask the Lord this peace may stay, this 4th day of July. No prancing steed with warlike tread, no horrid battle's roar, no trenches filled aflush with dead, no crape upon our door, no drafting on our country's pride, no parents' anguished cry, no marches forced, no midnight ride, no weeping lass, no mourning bride, this 4th day of July. Our colors float from highest mast, from hilltop to the breeze. Our minds run back through the past. We sing the praise of these who made up that immortal band that said we'll do or die. That slogan that spread o'er the land, re-echoed back to sea and strand, that 4th day of July. While we're at peace, our sympathies go across the briny wave. We mourn in Europe's miseries, revere her splendid brave. Our earnest intercessions wend their way to him on high. Ah, would that he would choose to send a message that this fight will end this 4th day of July. 1915. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Our Own Henry G. Davis by Ignatius Brennan. Read for LibriVox.org by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. It seems to be so human-like to hold the praises due a fellow man until his earthly task is finished, and the cold, cold hand of death has bade the form be still. But we've been taught, to whom a flower is due, bequeath it while the flower is fresh and new, the while the one to whom it you'd present can graciously acknowledge the intent.
A page to West Virginia's grand old man is just a paltry jabber, when we know that volumes could be written, that to scan the same would set each mind aglow with thoughts of what a mortal man can do when bland determinations kept in view. No other state can boast of such a peer, hale, staunch, and wholesome in his 90th year. He looms as a connecting link of time, a link that starts when our domain was young, then stretches across the cycle so sublime, and joins all with a climb of every tongue. Before the locomotive raced the rail, before the harnessed lightning pierced the veil, before a thousand things of wondrous make, he lived and gave his being for their sake. Hail, proudest Roman of them all! Thrice hail! We greet you in no selfish, state-proud way, but as a man with no such word as fail in his vocabulary. So today, salute you as a country builder, one whose task is finished when the fight is won. We pray old Time, who's been so kind to you, may grant you lease till 1922. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Leper by Ignatius BRENNAN, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Yes, 'tis a leper, it hails from Missouri. Worse, aye, far worse than the Molokai kind. The Molokai type just destroys the poor body, while the Missouri sort kills the soul, heart, and mind. Lecherous, viperous, poisonous foe, to all humankind wheresoever 'twill go. There's naught so repulsive as stench in the nostrils, from dead human flesh that is rotting away, yet how we prefer, aye, 1,000 times over, that smell to the stench of a soul in decay. Doomed, yes, self-doomed by the mind in control, lustful, degenerate, putrefied soul! It flaunts to the breeze, this illiterate bigot, its standard the crude anti-Catholic one, when deep in its heart it well knows it is fighting all Christian alliances under the sun. It bows and kowtows to the schemers who know every move of this cursed pusillanimous foe. It heaps malediction on those holy women who beg to assist in the care of God's poor, who ne'er ask a penny but one to be handed to those to help drive the starved wolf from the door, who'd help nurse to health in the body at least this filthy detractor of sister and priest. It fights, as it puts it, the Catholic doctrine, when not one iota it knows of the creed. Its mission naught but to unearth narrow bigots and get their subscriptions for personal greed. Each succeeding issue is a bidding for cash to help to perpetuate filthy rehash. It boasts of an army of 500,000, a cowardly, hiding, guerrilla-like horde, who'd flee to the woods on the first smell of powder or hide to the marsh at the sight of a sword. An army that 50 true soldier-like men, armed only by nature, could drive to the glen. An army of dupes of a siren, whose song as they wanted they hear as a call, who part with their shekels for soul-killing venom that covers the heart with its hideous pall. Menace! How wondrously well you've been named, a menace to everything virtue has claimed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.